Chapter 879. That was, the disciples of the Confucian way would not be able to live forever. No matter how talented you are, how beautiful you are, and how strong you are, you still can't escape death. The entire life of the Confucian Tao was but a single autumn of the immortal spirit. Once his lifespan ran out, even the connate spirit fruit or the 9 transformations golden pill wouldn't be able to save him. This was the biggest drawback of cultivating the Confucian way, not being able to live forever. However, there was always a way out. Everything had a slim chance of survival. Although Confucian cultivators couldn't live forever, they could become gods after death and switch to the burning incense divine Tao. In the future, they might be able to prove the great Tao again. The 10 grades of Confucianism, from the lowest to the highest, corresponded to the 9 realms of cultivation, namely the acquired realm, the connate realm, the earth immortal, the celestial immortal, the Xian immortal, the golden immortal, the Taoist lord of Tai, the Daoyuo Taoist priests, the sage-to-be, and the primeval Daoyuo Jingxian. Among them, the 8th-rank Confucian scholars were known as Great Confucians, and their strength was comparable to the Daoyuo Taoist priests. The rank 9 Confucian scholar was a half-saint, and his strength was comparable to a half-saint. The 10th rank was a saint, which was also the realm that Ziru had reached after his fall. It contained the righteous path of heaven and earth, and its strength was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with a true saint. Ziru's body merged with the heavens and the earth. The heavenly Tao was shaken, and the sound of the Tao reverberated throughout the world for 3 years. At the same time, on the day of Ziru's death, the strength of the disciples of the Confucian Tao rose explosively. 72 great Confucians were born in one day, and their might shook the world. Ziru's spring and autumn had received the support of the power of time, and as a result, it had undergone an indescribable change. It now had the power to predict the future. On the other hand, Ziru's carving knife underwent an indescribable change as well. It was also infused with the power of time, turning into a supreme saint artifact. It was called the Spring and Autumn Brush by the disciples of the Confucian way. Once the Spring and Autumn Brush was used, it could determine a person's life and death. It could also turn the void into reality. It was incomparably mysterious. When he wrote the word fire, the heavenly fire would descend into the world, and when he wrote the word lightning, it would turn into the innate divine lightning. When he drew an animal, the animal immediately came to life. The Spring and Autumn Brush could be considered a supreme creation treasure. However, this was not the most powerful aspect of the Spring and Autumn Brush. Since it was named after the Spring and Autumn Brush, it naturally had something to do with time. A single stroke of the Spring and Autumn Brush could strip away millions and millions of years, turning something rotten into something magical. And when the Spring and Autumn Brush and Spring and Autumn were combined, they could even interfere with the future. By writing something that had never happened in the Spring and Autumn annals with a brush, it would become a reality not long after. It would become something that was destined to happen. When the 2 treasures were combined, it would be a Confucian Tao sacred artifact. Its power would not be inferior to a connate cardinal treasure. However, this treasure could not be used frequently because what it consumed was not magic power, but the fate of the scholarly faction. Body as one with heaven and earth, true spirit returning to heaven and earth? How could it be? How could Qianqing? In the Shangqing Hall on Golden Ao Island, the Grand Master of Heaven lost his composure when he saw the Qianqing's body merge with the world, and his true spirit return to the primordial world. Qianqing was his pride, the most outstanding disciple of the Xian sect. How could he fall so easily? Although Qianqing was one with the heavens and earth, he did not really die. But in the eyes of the sect leader of Tongtian and the other great mediums, Qianqing was dead, completely dead. The innate true spirit had returned to heaven and earth, so how could it not be considered as falling? Yes, with Qianqing's realm, the innate true spirit was immortal and indestructible. But how could something that was in the mouth of the heavenly axiom be spat out so easily? What was the difference between merging with the heavenly axiom and not appearing in the world? Not everyone was like Tao ancestor Hongjun. After merging with the heavenly axiom, he could still maintain his true spirit and come out from time to show his presence. Moreover, how could the heavenly axiom at that time be compared to the heavenly axiom now? The heavenly axiom would also improve. Xianqing was one with the heavens and earth now, so he might not be able to come back. How could the sect leader of Tongtian not be heartbroken when his most outstanding disciple fell? Master. I hope that Master can help save eldest senior brother. At this time, a group of disciples of the Jie sect rushed into the Shangqing temple under the lead of Duobao. They bowed to the sect leader of Tongtian and begged him to save Xianqing. However, the one who answered them was the Grand Master of Heaven, who looked defeated. I can't save him. The body is one with the heavens and the earth. This is according to the heavens. Even as a saint, I can't interrupt this process. This is caused by the power of the heavens and earth. As a saint, how can I go against the heavens? The power of a saint was given by the heavenly axiom. How could he go against the will of the heavenly axiom? Therefore, the sect leader of Tongtian couldn't save Xianqing. At this time, Xianqing's last voice came from afar. If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. His voice was ethereal, and it echoed in the Shangqing temple for a long time. After a while, the sect leader of Tongtian shouted, if one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. Xianqing is a real person who seeks the Tao. I'm far inferior to him. After that, the sect leader of Tongtian looked at his sorrowful disciples and said softly, well, you don't have to be sad for Xianqing. You should be happy for him. He got what he wanted. He can die without regrets. Why should he be sad for him? This is his own choice. He lived to seek the Tao, and he died to seek the Tao. He has no regrets. At this time, all the great mediums had an inexplicable respect for Xianqing in their hearts, because they saw the qualities that a Tao seeker should have in Xianqing. This was a real Tao seeker. In order to seek the Tao, he really abandoned life and death. Yes, compared to the vast and unpredictable Tao, what was life and death? If he could seek the Tao he wanted, even if he died, it would be worth it. When Xianqing was about to die, he must have gotten what he wanted. That was what he wanted all his life. If he could get it, he would die without regrets. He died with a smile. His smile was full of relief and joy. All the great mediums in the untainted land saw this. Therefore, they wouldn't feel sad for Xianqing's death. Instead, they would envy Xianqing for getting what he wanted. Every great mediums had lived for countless years. How many of them hadn't seen through life and death? If they were willing to die to seek the Tao, there would be a lot of them. Unfortunately, if Feng Zichen knew what they were thinking, he would definitely scoff. Getting what he wanted, dying to seek the Tao. Those were all fake. The so-called, if one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening, was just a pretense before he disappeared. As for the relief and joy before his death, it came from the bottom of his heart. After all, after Xianqing died, he didn't have to act anymore. He also didn't have to worry about the trouble after his identity was exposed. The karma between him and the three pure ones was completely broken. Everything was over when a person died. Without all the troubles, how could Xianqing not be relieved and happy? It could only be said that one's imagination was the most fatal. However, although the karma was broken, the guilt in his heart was not so easily broken. It was true that the three pure ones had a grudge against Feng Zichen. But to Xianqing, they really raised him as their own son. He couldn't not return this feeling. That's right. Eldest senior brother sacrificed himself for the Tao. That's what he wanted. We should be happy for him, not sad for him. If eldest senior brother was still here, he definitely wouldn't want to see us like this, acting like a little girl. Duobao's realm was profound. He quickly understood Xianqing's choice. He came back to his senses and suppressed the sadness in his heart. He started to talk to his junior brothers and sisters. Seeing that their master and senior brother had said so, the disciples of the Jie school couldn't show it even though they were sad. They could only bury it in their hearts. However, it was impossible for them to reveal a smile. They could only remain expressionless and calm. It was also at this moment that a bright green light suddenly burst out from Penglai Island in the East Sea. Immediately, 3 12th grade green lotuses of creation appeared from the depths of the island. They broke through the void and flew towards Golden Turtle Island. What? Sensing that something was wrong, the sect leader of Tongtian's heart skipped a beat. He directly left the Shangqing temple and went outside the temple. This is outside the Shangqing temple, on Golden Turtle Island. The sect leader of Tongtian looked at the 3 12th grade green lotuses of creation that suddenly appeared in front of him. There was shock, joy, and relief in his eyes. At this moment, the sect leader of Tongtian finally knew why Xianqing's cultivation was so fast. It turned out that he really did it. He did what even a saint like him couldn't do. He cultivated the lotus seed of the 24th grade green lotus of creation into a heaven-opening treasure. The 24th grade green lotus of creation. With the help of the 24th grade green lotus of creation, Xianqing's cultivation speed could indeed be many times faster than ordinary people. Heaven-opening treasures were extremely mysterious, especially an auxiliary heaven-opening treasure like the green lotus of creation. The help it provided to its owner was even more obvious than heaven-opening treasures like the Taiji diagram. At this moment, Duo Bao and the others who sensed the commotion also ran out of the Shangqing temple. However, what entered their eyes was a scene that shocked them greatly. They saw the 3 12th grade green lotuses of creation intertwining in the air and emitting a bright green light. Under the illumination of the green light, the vitality of the entire Golden Turtle Island became denser. Duo Bao couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the 3 12th grade green lotuses of creation. What? 12th grade green lotuses of creation? Isn't this eldest senior brother's treasure? Why are there 3 of them at the same time? As the senior brother who had the best relationship with Xianqing, how could Duo Bao not recognize Xianqing's favorite treasure, the 12th grade green lotus of creation? It was also because he recognized it that he exclaimed. In Duo Bao's impression, there was only one green lotus of creation. Why were there 3 identical green lotuses of creation here? Just as Duo Bao was puzzled, the 3 12th grade green lotuses of creation in the air moved. The radiance on their bodies became even brighter. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, the 3 green lotuses of creation began to merge slowly, and were about to become one. At this moment, Xianqing's voice suddenly came from the green lotus. Master, I had a premonition that after reincarnating and cultivating again, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Therefore, before I reincarnated, I deliberately left this treasure behind. If something really happens to me, I'll leave this treasure to you. Master, you treat me like your own son. I should serve you under your command to repay your kindness. However, in order to seek the Tao, I can only be an unfilial disciple. Fortunately, when I was still alive, I finally managed to cultivate this supreme treasure of creation. In this way, even if I go, I can leave this treasure with you. It can also be considered as making up for the guilt in my heart. Although you didn't say it, I know in my heart that you've always wanted to find a true Khanate cardinal treasure to suppress the Jie school's providence, because the 4 immortal vanquishing swords can't suppress the Jie school's providence. Although I'm not a member of the Jie school, I'm your disciple. Therefore, I didn't want to see you work so hard, so I found a Khanate cardinal treasure for you. When these 3 12th grade green lotuses of creation fuse, they can become a heaven-opening cardinal treasure, the 24th grade green lotus of creation. I think you should know more about the use of this treasure than I do. I won't say more here. With this 24th grade green lotus of creation, it's more than enough to suppress the Jie school's providence. Moreover, this treasure is also a heaven-opening cardinal treasure. It can also symbolize Panga's identity. With it, you should be able to untie the knot in your heart. The birth of this treasure can also let everyone know that the Shangqing Dao lineage's providence is also suppressed by a heaven-opening cardinal treasure. It's not inferior to the Grand Clear Dao lineage and the Jade Clear Dao lineage. Moreover, with one more heaven-opening cardinal treasure, you can also suppress the 2 uncle masters. You'll also feel much better. By the way, I hope you can apologize to my junior brothers and sisters on my behalf. Originally, I still had many Khanate numinous treasures with me and wanted to leave them. Unfortunately, in order to nurture this 24th grade green lotus of creation, I used all my treasures. However, it's still not enough. Because of this, I still owe Feng Zichen a huge debt. However, now that I'm no longer around, his huge debt is considered to have gone down the drain. Speaking of this, Xianqing laughed. Haha, to be able to cheat Feng Zichen before I die, one of my biggest regrets in life has been resolved. After saying this, the power that Xianqing left in the green lotus of creation began to dissipate slowly. Master, junior brothers and sisters, if I'm gone, there's no need to be sad for me. This is my choice. I have no regrets about what I want. Lastly, help me take care of the 3 immortal island. Unfilial disciple Xianqing will remain. Master, please don't miss me. I'll be with you. At this point, the last remnants of Xianqing's power completely dissipated. At the same time, the 3 12th grade green lotuses of creation had also finished fusing. A stronger and bigger 24th grade green lotus of creation gradually appeared in front of sect leader Tongtian and the disciples of the Jie sect. However, at this moment, no one was looking at this extremely precious Khanate cardinal treasure. They were all immersed in the sadness of Xianqing's departure. Although they had accepted the reality of Xianqing's departure, they didn't cultivate the heartless Tao. How could they not be moved? How could they give up so easily after thousands of years of being together? However, their sorrow didn't last for long because the supreme aura of the heavenly Tao woke them up very quickly. In the sky, majestic dark clouds filled the air and covered the entire sky of the East Sea. And in the deepest part of the dark clouds, a purple vertical eye was faintly discernible. That was the eye of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao had appeared in person. It was the aura of the 24th grade green lotus of creation that had alarmed it. Chapter 880. 3 heaven-opening treasures were enough in the untainted land. There was no need for a 4th one. Boom. Unparalleled power fell from the eye of the heavenly Tao and was about to act on the 24th grade green lotus of creation, returning it to its original form and breaking it down into 3 12th grade green lotuses of creation. Although the heavenly Tao was powerful, it had to follow the rules of heaven and earth. There were various restrictions and it could not really do whatever it wanted. Therefore, the heavenly Tao could suppress and break down the 24th grade green lotus of creation, but it could not destroy it. The price of doing that was not something the heavenly Tao could bear. Rumble. The power of the heavenly Tao fell and instantly came to the side of the 24th grade green lotus of creation. However, before this power could take effect, the Tongtian sect leader had already made his move. Whoosh! A mysterious and supreme Tao seal flew out of the Tongtian sect leader's body and imprinted on the 24th grade green lotus of creation at a speed faster than the power of the heavenly Tao. The power of the heavenly Tao paused the moment it saw this supreme Tao seal. It stopped dangerously above the 24th grade green lotus of creation, only 3 inches away. However, this distance was like a natural moat to the power of the heavenly Tao, making it unable to land. Panga's imprint. A dignified and cold voice suddenly reverberated between heaven and earth. It did not contain the slightest emotion and no emotion could be heard. Immediately, the power of the heavenly Tao slowly retreated and disappeared from everyone's sight. The dark clouds also dispersed and the sun shone down again. The heavenly Tao could attack the 24th grade green lotus of creation, but it could not attack the Panga's imprint. This was because the Panga's imprint represented Pangu, the founder of the untainted land and the creator of the heavenly Tao. How could the heavenly Tao offend its superior and attack the Pangu? The reason why the heavenly Tao could attack the 24th grade green lotus of creation was simple. Although this treasure was a heaven-opening treasure, it was born too late. The untainted land had been established for hundreds of millions of years. The ferocious beast tribulation and the tribulations of the 3 races had passed. The green lotus of creation had only matured then and missed too much. Most importantly, he did not make it in time for Panga's fall, so he did not get a share of Panga's legacy. Without Panga's legacy, what kind of heaven-opening treasure was it? It had a name but did not have any luck. Wouldn't it be at the mercy of the heavenly Tao? On the other hand, the 3 supreme treasures of heaven opening not only had the merit of heaven opening, but also the providence of heaven opening. Even if the 3 pure ones used them to attack the heavenly Tao would not dare to harm them at all. However, everything changed when Tongtian imprinted Panga's mark on the 24th grade green lotus of creation. This meant that the Grand Master of Heaven had recognized the identity of the green lotus of good fortune on behalf of Pangu. It was a true heaven-splitting treasure that could share the heaven-splitting luck. After obtaining the recognition of Panga's lineage, the identity of the 24th grade Green Lotus of creation immediately changed, causing the heavenly Tao to no longer dare to make a move against it. Having Panga's recognition and not having Panga's recognition were two different concepts. Just like the mountain god, no matter how many believers he had, as long as he did not receive the official recognition, he would still be an evil god and a wild god. It was illegal and would be suppressed by the official. This was the case with the Green Lotus of creation previously. On the other hand, the Grand Master of Heaven's Panga's mark was equivalent to an imperial edict. It gave the Green Lotus of creation an official identity, causing it to leap to become a righteous god of heaven and earth, and be worshipped by heaven and earth. This was the biggest difference between Xianqing and the Grand Master of Heaven. In Xianqing's hands, the 24th grade Green Lotus of creation could never see the light of day. Once it appeared in the world, it would be attacked by the heavenly Tao. However, in the hands of the Grand Master of Heaven, the Green Lotus of creation was a true heaven-splitting treasure. Even the heavenly Tao could not touch it at all. Xianqing, sigh. Looking at the Green Lotus of creation in front of him, the Grand Master of Heaven could not say a word even if he had thousands of words in his heart. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. The Grand Master of Heaven already understood Xianqing's thoughts. He wanted to use the heaven-splitting treasure to repay his master's kindness, so that he could integrate into heaven and earth without any worries. Since this is your last wish, I'll fulfill it for you. After putting away the Green Lotus of creation, the Grand Master of Heaven suddenly pulled out the Qingping sword and slashed it in front of him. Bang! It was as if a string had been broken. The Grand Master of Heaven had cut off all the karma between him and Xianqing with one sword. From this moment on, Xianqing and the Grand Master of Heaven had nothing to do with each other. From now on, the Grand Master of Heaven did not have a disciple named Xianqing. Xianqing, you want to seek the Tao. How can I not fulfill your wish? However, from now on, the fate between you and me as master and disciple is over. After the sword fell, the Grand Master of Heaven seemed to have aged a lot. His body suddenly bent, and a few more strands of white hair appeared on his temples. Sigh. Finally, the Grand Master of Heaven sighed, and turned to return to the Shangqing Temple. From this day on, unless something big happened in the three realms, the Grand Master of Heaven would rarely be seen in the world. The Grand Master of Heaven was not the only one who had formed a karma with Xianqing, but the entire three pure ones. Therefore, it was not enough to sever the karma with the Grand Master of Heaven. Xianqing still had to sever the karma with the Grand Pure One, and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. 2 wisps of clear light rose from Penglai Island, and landed in the 8 Visions Palace of Mount Shouyang. The first wisp of clear light was formed by the karmic position of Pill ancestor Xianqing. In the past, Xianqing had opened the Qi Pill lineage, and used it to prove the karmic position of Pill ancestor. The other wisp of clear light was formed by Xianqing's talisman ancestor karmic position. After opening the Qi Pill lineage, Xianqing established the talisman Tao in the untainted land, and became the ancestor of the talisman Tao. Now that Xianqing had died, he gave the karmic positions of Pill ancestor and talisman ancestor to the Grand Pure One to sever the karma between them. Uncle Master, please grant my wish. Xianqing's pleading voice came from the karmic position of heaven and earth. Sigh, why bother? The Grand Pure One shook his head and sighed. He had no choice but to accept the 2 karmic positions of heaven and earth. Immediately, the Taiji diagram shook slightly, and a wisp of yin and yang sword light fell, severing the karma between the Grand Pure One and Xianqing. Xianqing, you may leave. After saying that, the Grand Pure One closed the door of the 8 Visions Palace and returned to silence. However, who could understand the thousands of thoughts in his heart? Another 2 wisps of clear light rose from Penglai Island, and landed in the Jade Palace of Mount Kunlun. This was Xianqing's refining experience and the karmic position of prehistoric land. Needless to say, Xianqing's refining experience was even better than the refining method of the Jade Clear lineage. The number 1 forger in the prehistoric land was not an exaggeration. Xianqing could even imitate innate spiritual treasures. His refining experience was definitely not inferior to the top-notch innate Taoist scripture in the prehistoric land. It might even be better. As for the karmic position of prehistoric land, Xianqing had once used the creation pill as a currency to set up a currency system for the prehistoric land. It had been used until now. Therefore, Xianqing also obtained the karmic position of prehistoric land. Although it did not sound good, it was still a top-notch karmic position of heaven and earth. Not to mention other things, after obtaining the karmic position of prehistoric land, Xianqing no longer lacked money to spend. Now that Xianqing had died, he took out these two items and gave them to the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning to sever the karma between the two of them. Sigh. If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. Xianqing's heart to pursue the Tao is very firm. I can't compare to him. Since you have such a heart to pursue the Tao, how can I not fulfill your wish? As he spoke, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning waved his hand and kept the two wisps of clear light. Then he raised the Panga banner and released a streak of chaotic sword chi to sever the karma between him and Xianqing. Sigh. At this point, Xianqing and the three pure ones, and the celestial sect of wonders, have nothing to do with each other. Seeing that the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had also chosen to sever the karma between him and Xianqing, the Taiching Saint sighed helplessly and finally made a decision. From this moment on, Xianqing was no longer a disciple of the three pure ones, and was no longer a member of the Xianmen. Xianqing did not take away any of the supernatural powers passed down by the three pure ones. Xianqing did not take away any of the treasures passed down by the three pure ones. From now on, Xianqing was Ziru, the founder of Confucianism. He had nothing to do with the three pure ones. Speaking of which, although Xianqing was the first disciple of the third generation of the Xianmen, he did not owe the Xianmen anything. On the contrary, the Xianmen owed him. Therefore, Xianqing only needed to return the karma between him and the three pure ones to sever everything between him and the Xianmen. There was no need for him to return anything to the Xianmen. However, it was not important now. It was all in the past. There was no need to care about it. All the karma had disappeared today. Ziru was finally free and had completely merged with heaven and earth. There was no longer a trace of his aura in the world, but he was everywhere. At the same time, Ziru's realm had also risen from the level of a mortal to the level of a saint. That's right, he was a saint. A saint without the purple aura of Hongmeng. At this time, Ziru's strength was also top-notch among the saints. Even the strongest saint, the Taiching Saint, was no match for Ziru. It was a pity that although Ziru was strong, he did not have any intelligence. In short, Ziru's current state was the incarnation of the heavenly axiom. It was an incarnation led by the will of the heavenly axiom. Therefore, Ziru was very strong. He could be said to be invincible among the saints. The saints could only borrow the power of the heavenly axiom, but Ziru was the heavenly axiom itself. What could the saints use to fight him? There were two sides to the heavenly axiom. One was righteous and the other was evil. Ziru's body merged with heaven and earth. He used the righteous aura that he cultivated to forcefully materialize the righteous side of the heavenly axiom. That was the current Confucianism, which was Ziru himself. The one who controlled Ziru's power now was the righteous side of the heavenly axiom. We could call him the Confucianism. Just as Xianqing severed the karma between himself and the three pure ones, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a sense of relief in his heart. This problem was finally solved. He did not have to worry about it in the future. He did not owe the three pure ones anything. This relief was great. Feng Zichen's realm, which had not moved for a long time, suddenly rose at this moment. It was not the incarnation's realm that rose again, but the realm of his original body. It rose from the ninth heaven of Hunyuan essence to the perfected ninth heaven, and began to move towards the 10th heaven of Hunyuan essence. The sudden change directly woke up Feng Zichen's original body from a deep sleep. Previously, in order to send out a wisp of innate true spirit to reincarnate, Feng Zichen exhausted the last of his strength and fell into a deep sleep. But now as his realm soared, Feng Zichen's strength increased as well. Naturally, he woke up. There's such an effect in untangling the knot in one's heart. I really didn't expect that this kind of epiphany would happen to me. And it happened in the 9th heaven of Hunyuan essence. It's really incredible. Feng Zichen's current situation was that after letting go of everything, he had an epiphany and his realm began to advance by leaps and bounds. This situation was very common in low-level realms such as Earth Immortals and Sky Immortals. But when one's strength reached Feng Zichen's realm, which was the 9th heaven of Hunyuan essence, it was very unusual for such a situation to occur. What kind of epiphany could support Feng Zichen's advancement? It was incredible. But immediately, Feng Zichen found the reason. The epiphany was just a bait. The real reason why his realm soared was because of the accumulation. The Hongming Qi and the power of the Great Path had been fighting each other for so many years. It was unknown how much Feng Zichen had comprehended the Great Path. Now that it was triggered by the epiphany, it all gushed out. Naturally, it caused Feng Zichen's realm to soar. Unfortunately, although the sudden increase in realm caused Feng Zichen to wake up, it did not help much in the battle between the Hongmeng Qi and the power of the Great Path. At this moment, Feng Zichen was still unable to devour the power of the Great Path in his body. He could only let them fight with the Hongmeng Qi. Alas, if he wanted to solve the hidden dangers in his body, he had to wait for his reincarnation to grow up as soon as possible. When his Hongmeng Dao reached the Hunyuan essence realm, he could join forces with his original body and help the Hongmeng Qi to devour the power of the Great Path. At that time, not only would Feng Zichen be able to break through to the Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian realm, but even the Hongmeng Daozhong could be upgraded to the chaotic spiritual treasure realm. After his cultivation reached the Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian realm, Feng Zichen had the capital to fight against Dao ancestor Hongjun. He did not need to continue to endure. He could directly merge with his doppelgangers and obtain the real celestial emperor Dao fruit. Then he could share the untainted land equally with Dao ancestor Hongjun. He refined the mysterious yellow and controlled the untainted land. This was the future of the untainted land. However, before he became the real celestial emperor, he had to think of a way to send Haotian away. Over the years, Feng Zichen and Haotian had cooperated well, and their relationship had become much closer. It would be inappropriate and unsightly to directly drive him down from the position of the Jade Emperor. Therefore, he had to let Haotian take the initiative to abdicate. It was difficult to let Haotian take the initiative to abdicate. As long as he became the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian realm, Haotian would take the initiative to abdicate without Feng Zichen saying anything. Alas, it had become a trend in the untainted land to attain the Dao. Every few years, someone would attain the Dao. He did not know if Haotian could catch up with this trend and attain the Dao in one fell swoop. If he attained the Dao now, it would save him a lot of trouble. If he could not, it would be troublesome to help him attain the Dao in the future. However, it was not without benefits for Feng Zichen to wake up now. At the very least, he could provide some help for the reincarnation. Not to mention other things, the vast and boundless Hongmeng Qi and the power of the great Dao in his body were of a higher level than Penga's power. They could be provided to the reincarnation at will to help him devour and strengthen the Hongmeng Qi in his body. At the moment when Xianqing's body merged with heaven and earth, Goddess Huta moved in the netherworld. Chapter 881. Ever since she resurrected Ancestor Jiang, the Lady of Earth had disappeared. No one knew what she was planning. But now, with the fall of Xianqing, the Lady of Earth was also alarmed. She did not want to see Xianqing fall just like that. She wanted to save him. Back then, when the Lady of Earth turned into reincarnation, Xianqing had once contributed. The Lady of Earth had always remembered it in her heart. With this karma, she really could not sit back and watch Xianqing fall just like that. As soon as the Lady of Earth appeared, she was noticed by the Emperor of Fengdu then. His happy face darkened. That was because he guessed the Lady of Earth's purpose. Did the Lady of Earth suddenly appear at this moment other than saving Xianqing? Good heavens, is this a backstab from an ally? It's really uncomfortable. No, I have to stop the Lady of Earth. I can't let her think of a way to save Xianqing. In fact, Feng Zichen did not know if the Lady of Earth had a way to save Xianqing. However, she had the only chaos treasure in the primordial world. Who knew what she was hiding? What if she really pulled back a wisp of Xianqing's consciousness? He had to be careful about that. Qianqing had spent so much effort to completely fall. He could not let the Lady of Earth destroy it. Lady of Earth, don't even think about stabbing me in the back. Feng Zichen shouted crazily in his heart. However, how could he stop the Lady of Earth? That was a problem. He definitely could not explain the reason to her directly. I have an idea. The Emperor of Fengdu thought of a way. He decided to strike first. He wanted to think of a way to save Qianqing before the Lady of Earth attacked. Didn't the Lady of Earth want to save Qianqing? As her good friend, how could the Emperor of Fengdu not help her? As long as the Emperor of Fengdu saved Qianqing, the Lady of Earth would naturally give up the idea of attacking. It did not matter if she continued to attack. With the Emperor of Fengdu's help, it was better than the Lady of Earth attacking alone. This way, he could secretly do something and save the Qianqing in his heart. Go. With a thought, the Emperor of Fengdu secretly made a move and activated the 10 Directions Pure Land that Qianqing had once established in the Netherworld. In the blink of an eye, the Netherworld glowed with azure light. A boundless Pure Land emerged and illuminated the void in all directions. At the same time, a figure that looked very similar to Qianqing gradually appeared in the depths of the 10 Directions Pure Land. This was the incarnation that Qianqing left in the 10 Directions Pure Land. However, with Qianqing's death, this incarnation situation was not good. His consciousness had long since disappeared, and his body had become incomparably illusory. It was as if he could disappear at any moment. However, although Qianqing's incarnation was about to disappear, it hadn't disappeared yet. And he was the last trace of Qianqing in this world. If he wanted to revive Qianqing, he had to rely on this incarnation. Goddess Hutu, who was about to use her divine ability to collect Qianqing's remnant thoughts, was first stunned when she saw the appearance of the 10 Directions Pure Land. Then, she saw the incarnation that Qianqing left in the 10 Directions Pure Land, and her eyes lit up. Goddess Hutu immediately stopped using her divine ability. Instead, she took out a strand of the Earth's creation origin and inserted it into Qianqing's incarnation to stabilize his illusory body. However, although Goddess Hutu could stabilize Qianqing's incarnation's body, she couldn't restore his consciousness that had long been destroyed. Just as Goddess Hutu was thinking about her next move, Human Emperor Gaochen, who was in the Emperor City, also took action after learning about what happened from the Emperor of Fengdu. Gaochen didn't restore Qianqing's incarnation's consciousness. Instead, he wrote an imperial edict and stamped it with his imperial seal. Then he sent it to the Lingxiao Palace and the Heavenly Emperor at the fastest speed. When the Heavenly Emperor opened it, he saw the following words on the imperial edict. Today, the old Emperor Qianqing merged his body with the heavens and earth and transformed the righteous path into the world. He has great merit for all living beings in the world. Therefore, Gaochen decided to confer Qianqing the title of the Eastern Extremities Viridescent Splendor Emperor to rule all living beings. That was the only sentence written on the imperial edict. Below it was the imperial seal of Gaochen. However, there were many empty spaces behind Gaochen's name. Obviously, it was left for others to write. This was an imperial edict conferring Qianqing the title of the Eastern Extremities Viridescent Splendor Emperor. As for why this imperial edict was sent to him, Hao Tian knew that Gaochen wanted him to stamp his imperial seal on it. The Eastern Extremities Viridescent Splendor Emperor was the ruler of all living beings. From this, it could be seen that this imperial throne's power was not inferior to the 4 imperials. With Gaochen's karmic rank, he was unable to confer such a title. He had to get the unanimous consent of Hao Tian and the other 3 imperials before this imperial edict could take effect. Hao Tian and the 4 imperials had to agree before Qianqing could be conferred the title of the Eastern Extremities Viridescent Splendor Emperor. So should he agree? Hao Tian's face was full of hesitation as he looked at the imperial edict. If it was any other position, Hao Tian wouldn't mind giving Gaochen face and agreeing to it directly. However, the Eastern Extremities Viridescent Splendor Emperor was different. This was an imperial throne that was comparable to the 4 imperials. It had supreme power. But where did this power come from? Naturally, it came from Hao Tian, the Jade Emperor. Therefore, once this imperial edict came true, Hao Tian would definitely lose a part of his power, which would be added to the eastern extremity's viridescent splendor emperor. Therefore, Hao Tian was very hesitant, not knowing if he should agree or not. However, he immediately felt relieved. First, he picked up the imperial brush and added his name behind Gao Chen's name. Then, he took out the imperial seal that symbolized his status as the Jade Emperor and stamped it. Hao Tian's goal was nothing more than to achieve the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, and then transcend. The position of Celestial Emperor was not what he wanted. Since that was the case, what was there to hesitate about? He wasn't greedy for power. If he had to give up a part of it, then so be it. He could also share some of the karma that came with being a Celestial Emperor. As a Celestial Emperor, his every word and action resonated with heaven and earth. He could affect the trend of heaven and earth, and the fate of countless people. Therefore, from the moment Hao Tian became a Celestial Emperor, even if he didn't do anything, he would still have karma on him. It was also because of this karma that Hao Tian was unable to take that crucial step. Now, if he could really give up the position of Emperor Qing Hua of the East Pole from the authority of the Celestial Emperor, then Hao Tian's karma would definitely be given a part of it. In this way, Hao Tian would undoubtedly be one step closer to attaining the Tao. This was a good thing. Compared to attaining the Tao, it was best to give up all the authority of the Celestial Emperor. After Hao Tian stamped the imperial seal, he thought for a moment and sent the imperial seal to the periphery of the boundless starry sky. Under the Celestial Emperor, Great Emperor Ziwei was the most respected. Therefore, after Hao Tian, it was Great Emperor Ziwei's turn to stamp the imperial seal. However, with Great Emperor Ziwei's current state, could he stay awake and stamp the imperial seal? The imperial seal flew across the sky. In an instant, it crossed the endless void and arrived outside the boundless starry sky. Why didn't Hao Tian send it to Ziwei's star in one go? It wasn't that Hao Tian didn't want to, but he couldn't. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Great Emperor Ziwei was inexplicably injured, and the boundless starry sky was sealed. Not to mention Hao Tian, even the heavenly path couldn't enter the boundless starry sky. Outside the boundless starry sky, the imperial seal lay there quietly, waiting for a reply from inside. At this moment, countless great mediums were paying attention to this scene. Too many people wanted to know about Great Emperor Ziwei's current state. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait for long before there was a reaction from the boundless starry sky. An imperial seal flew over from the depths of the starry sky and stamped the imperial seal accurately. Thanks to Xianqing's death, Feng Zichen's original body was able to awaken. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to use the imperial seal. However, if Xianqing hadn't died, there would be no need for the imperial seal. Great Emperor Ziwei is still conscious? Seeing this scene, several saints couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Their faces were filled with shock. They seemed to have misjudged Great Emperor Ziwei's injury. It wasn't as serious as they had imagined. He had completely lost consciousness. Whoosh! After stamping the imperial seal turned around and flew to the South Pole star. The four emperors of the heavenly court had always been one. They advanced and retreated together. Now that the other three emperors had agreed, the great emperor of the South Pole naturally had no reason to refuse. After signing his name, he picked up the imperial seal and stamped it. Then, the great emperor of the South Pole threw the imperial seal down and sent it to the Lady of Earth of the Netherworld. Seeing this imperial seal, the Lady of Earth somewhat understood Feng Zichen's plan. He used his position as the Supreme of Heaven and Earth to forcefully capture a wisp of Xianqing's consciousness from the hands of Heaven and Earth, so that he could be resurrected. Human strength couldn't resist the power of Heaven and Earth, but the power of Heaven and Earth could. Only the power of Heaven and Earth could resist the power of Heaven and Earth. Feng Zichen's method could be summarized in one sentence. It was to use the power of Heaven and Earth to deal with the power of Heaven and Earth. It was a very simple method, but it was also the most effective method. This method works. After deducing in her heart, even the Lady of Earth had to admit that Feng Zichen's method was indeed much better than the method she had thought of. Thinking of this, the Lady of Earth no longer hesitated. She took out her imperial seal and stamped it on the imperial seal. Suddenly, the imperial seal turned into a stream of light and rose from the netherworld, floating in the sky. Dazzling divine light burst out from the imperial seal. Even the radiance of the sun and moon was covered by it. It illuminated the entire three realms, and even the space-time of the heavens. Rumble. In the next moment, the Tao of heaven and earth fell with a loud bang and merged with the imperial seal, constantly evolving. Not long after, the imperial seal disappeared and was replaced by a green karmic position. Its body flowed with boundless light and boundless technique. The top karmic position of the three realms, the Eastern Pole Cyan Splendor Imperial Seal, the symbol of the supreme of heaven and earth. The moment the karmic position was formed, a pair of purple eyes suddenly appeared in the sky above the three realms. It was incomparably huge and occupied the entire sky. It looked at the world and everyone coldly. The heavenly Tao had appeared. Confer Xianqing as the Eastern Pole Cyan Splendor Imperial Seal. The heavenly Tao's cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. No matter where the living beings of the three realms were, they could hear it clearly. The living beings of the 5 great continents knew who Xianqing was, but the living beings outside the 5 great continents were a little confused after hearing the heavenly Tao's voice. Who was Xianqing? Who was the great emperor of the East Pole? Why had they never heard of him? For some reason, the further away one was from the 5 great continents, the less one knew about the three realms. In some remote places, such as the place where Feng Zichen's reincarnation was, they had never heard of the existence of the three realms, nor did they know about the 5 great continents. They had never heard of the human emperor, saint, heavenly court, and so on. They even thought that the entire world was as big as the continent under their feet. Therefore, at this moment, these people were so shocked when they suddenly heard the heavenly Tao's voice. This short sentence revealed too much information, directly shattering the 3 views of these people. The imperial edict jointly made by the 5 emperors of the heavenly court was equivalent to an imperial edict written by the real heavenly emperor himself. It had supreme power. Even the heavenly Tao would not deny this imperial edict. Instead, it conferred the title of Xianqing according to the contents of the imperial edict. Whoosh! As soon as the heavenly Tao's voice fell, the karmic rank directly fell from the sky into the body of Xianqing's incarnation in the 10 directions pure land of the netherworld. In an instant, endless light rose from the body of Xianqing's incarnation. His body directly stabilized and had a physical body. His eyes also regained their spirit. However, although his eyes were full of spirit, there was no emotion at all. It was frighteningly cold. This meant that it was not Xianqing who had awakened, but the righteous Tao of heaven, which was the way of Confucianism. The great emperor of the East Pole was not Xianqing, but the incarnation of the way of Confucianism. However, Xianqing was the way of Confucianism, and the way of Confucianism was Xianqing. It was not a problem to say that the incarnation of the way of Confucianism was Xianqing. Did it fail? Looking at the emotionless incarnation of Xianqing, several people related to Xianqing who had been paying attention to the development of this matter could not help but show disappointment in their eyes. But immediately, they became excited. With this incarnation, it was not a failure. With this incarnation as a coordinate, they could call Xianqing day and night. Sooner or later, they would be able to forcibly call back a wisp of Xianqing's consciousness from heaven and earth. At that time, Xianqing would really be resurrected. This was called man's will conquer nature. And using the power of the wishes of all living beings to forcibly call back Xianqing. Therefore, the appearance of this incarnation was not completely useless. He was a hope to call back Xianqing. Phew! In the Emperor City, looking at the incarnation of the way of Confucianism, Feng Zichen could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. The birth of this incarnation of the way of Confucianism was facilitated by him. The method of calling Xianqing with the power of the wishes of all living beings could indeed call Xianqing back from heaven and earth. After all, man's will conquer nature. But there was a premise, and that was that Xianqing was willing to return. If Xianqing was willing to return, this method could indeed call him back. But if Xianqing was not willing to return, then this method, no matter how the living beings called, Xianqing would not return. Of course, only Feng Zichen knew that Xianqing was not willing to return. Outsiders did not know, and Feng Zichen did not intend to tell anyone. Just take it as a memento for everyone. Let this incarnation of the Confucian path save the people in the 10 directions Pure Land, and be the great emperor of the East Pole. Gradually, the divine light receded, revealing a benevolent and majestic supreme of heaven and earth. The great emperor of the Eastern Pole was wearing a crown and a colorful robe. He was sitting on a 9-colored lotus throne in the 7 Treasures Qian Forest. P.S. Don't stay up late. People with excessive heat have a headache. Double monthly votes tomorrow. Chapter 882. The great emperor's head was surrounded by 9-colored divine light, radiating with boundless radiance. Many immortals, strongmen, Vajras, divine kings, golden boys, and jade girls stood beside him. There were also people holding water bowls, willow branches, and standing on lotus flowers. These were all formed by heaven and earth's Tao aura, and they were used to strengthen the great emperor's dignity. The Eastern Green Flower Emperor, also known as the Tai Heavenly Lord of Salvation from Misery, was a great saint with great compassion and great wish. When humans were in danger, as long as they recited the Heavenly Lord's name, the Heavenly Lord would respond to the sound and save them. This was the authority that heaven and earth gave to Xian Qing, and he could incarnate into billions of incarnations and be everywhere. At this moment, there was a Tao scripture that was formed spontaneously in heaven and earth. It was imprinted on the rules, and was known to the world. There was a great benevolent person in the eastern world of Chang'e. The incarnations of the Tai Heavenly Lord of Salvation from Misery were countless. Living in the heavenly palace, descending to the mortal world, living in hell, taking in crowds, immortal children, emperors, saints, celestial venerables, divine kings, demon kings, celestial masters, Taoist priests, heavenly doctors, men and women, civil and military officials, great Yuan masters, Zen masters, wind masters and rain masters. Their supernatural powers were limitless, and their skills were boundless. They searched for the voice and saved the suffering, and acted according to the circumstances. At the same time, in the Jade Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the Tai spiritual master who was cultivating in seclusion suddenly felt an inexplicable malice, which made him feel cold all over. However, soon after, the malicious intent receded like the tide. Very quickly, it disappeared without a trace. It was as if the malicious intent from before had been an illusion. This malice came from heaven. The Tai spiritual master had the same name as the Tai Heavenly Lord of Salvation from Misery, so he was targeted by heaven. But considering the relationship between Xian Qing and the Heavenly Lord of the beginning, heaven didn't attack him. Instead, it retreated after taking back the fate. Because of this, the Tai spiritual master felt that the malice came and went quickly. It was very inexplicable. He had escaped a calamity. Buzz buzz buzz. Xian Qing's origin Tao fruit, which he'd sacrificed everything to refine, suddenly appeared in the air and disappeared into the emperor's head. An aura unique to Daoyuo Jingxian erupted from the viridescent splendor emperor of the eastern extremity, and swept through the entire 3 realms in the blink of an eye. Under this aura, all living beings in the world felt a supreme majesty, and they couldn't help but prostrate themselves in worship. This was karma. After receiving the worship of all living beings in the world, the Eastern Extremity Azure Splendor Emperor would have the responsibility of protecting all living beings in the world in the future. Otherwise, why would the Eastern Extremity's viridescent splendor protect the world for no reason? The living beings of the 5 great continents were already very familiar with primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian's aura, so they naturally bowed down to him. However, the living beings outside the 5 continents, especially those regions that were relatively far away from the 5 continents, were already dumbfounded. They had no idea what was happening at all. They only felt a supreme majesty sweep over them, pressing them to the ground and making them unable to stand up. That power was too strong, far beyond their understanding. Under such power, they couldn't even think of resisting, let alone fight back. They were suppressed without any resistance. Oh my God, what kind of power is this? Has heaven descended into the world? I feel that this power is as vast as heaven and earth. It's so high and mighty that it's impossible to resist. Where exactly is such an expert? Why haven't I found any traces of him? Why haven't I heard of his legend? The powerful beings in the remote regions roared indignantly. Not long after, Xianqing's aura gradually retracted, and the pressure on the living beings of the three realms dissipated. They stood up again. But at this moment, an even more majestic and supreme aura suddenly came, causing the living beings of the three realms who had just stood up to prostrate themselves on the ground again. This aura didn't come from Xianqing, but from the heavenly Tao. Unlike the other great mediums who had achieved the primordial chaos, Daoyuo Jingxian, Xianqing was the supreme of heaven and earth, the Eastern Pole Viridescent Splendor Emperor. Therefore, after he achieved the Tao, heaven and earth would definitely send him blessings to show his nobility. In the unseen world, there was a faintly discernible sound of Tao. It descended from the 9 heavens, and continued to reverberate between heaven and earth. Viridescent Eternal Joy Realm, Eastern Pole Miaoyan Palace. 7 treasures fragrant Qian Forest, 9-colored lotus seat. Inside the myriad true ring, amidst billions of auspicious light. Prime clear spirit treasure, should transform into Xian Yuanshi. Calamity befalls Ci, Major Thousand Dew Gate. Mystical Tao True Body, purple gold auspicious form. Random feelings, boundless vows. Great Sage, Great Mercy, Great Wish. 10 directions, deliver all living beings from torment. Billions of tribulations, deliver people immeasurable. Seek the sound of Tai, Heavenly Lord of Salvation from misery. Qing Xian 9 Sons God. This was a message that heaven and earth spontaneously created for the Eastern Pole Viridescent Splendor Emperor, for the world to recite. It contained an inexplicable divine power. The Eastern Pole Viridescent Splendor Emperor? Who is this person? Why is he so powerful? Just a wisp of his aura can suppress me to the point that I can't move. Also, who is the person who made that sound? Why is his aura so similar to heaven and earth? Could it be that heaven and earth are really speaking? Does heaven and earth really have their own will? All kinds of doubts emerged in the hearts of the powerhouses in the remote areas, causing them to be extremely puzzled. Unfortunately, no one could give them an answer because they were too far away from the 5 major continents and too barren. No great divine power would come here, and no great divine power would pay attention to this place. If nothing unexpected happened, these remote places would gradually be forgotten by the powerful existences of the 5 major continents. However, as the aura of heaven and earth swept across the entire 3 realms this time, it attracted the attention of a certain existence. Thus, an accident happened. TSK. Why do I feel that these small islands floating on the sea are slowly being isolated from the 5 major continents, as if they are not in the same world? As a result, these small islands have no idea about the situation of the 5 major continents and the general information of the 3 realms. This situation is a little strange. It's as if these small islands have become the lower realm of the 5 major continents. There's a problem. There seems to be a shocking matter of great merit contained in this. I have to study it carefully. At this moment, Feng Zichen's reincarnation in the ancient Baron's continent noticed the reactions of the living beings here, and couldn't help but have a bold guess in his heart. If this guess was true, then he really had the foundation to become a celestial emperor, and could quickly break through the realm. However, whether this guess could be true or not still needed to be confirmed. No rush. If it was his, he couldn't hide. If it wasn't his, then he would directly snatch it. What a joke. Feng Zichen had so many incarnations, and they were all supreme powerhouses that could roam the primordial world. If they worked together, what kind of fortune could they not snatch? If it was Feng Zichen's, then it was Feng Zichen's. If it wasn't Feng Zichen's, as long as he wanted, it could also be his. It couldn't be helped. The strong were just that domineering. I'm not convinced. Come and hit me. On Golden Turtle Island, Tong Tian saw Xianqing's incarnation become an emperor, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The sadness on his face also dissipated a lot. Then he heard him explain to the disciple beside him. With this incarnation, it's equivalent to Xianqing burying a nail in the primordial world. After that, as long as someone talks about Xianqing every day, there might be a day when Xianqing will be awakened. Speaking of this, Tong Tian couldn't help but sigh. The human emperor is indeed a great talent. No wonder he's the #1 prodigy in the primordial world. The poor Wei is far inferior to him. Xianqing transformed into the Tao, and his body merged with the world. The poor Wei could only be helpless. However, the human emperor could come up with such an ingenious idea to summon Xianqing back in such a short period of time. Seek the voice, seek the feelings, and save the suffering. Just these 8 words are enough for the living beings of the 3 realms to chant Xianqing's name all the time. It's really an amazing idea. With the living beings of the 3 realms chanting day and night, even if Xianqing can't be summoned back, it's enough to protect his consciousness from being completely lost in the heavenly axiom. In this way, after the immeasurable calamity, when the world is destroyed, Xianqing will be reborn. Speaking of this, Tong Tian suddenly reprimanded the disciples. All of you should cultivate well. Xianqing has already attained the Tao fruit of the origin. He's detached from the world, and can survive thousands of calamities. Even if the immeasurable calamity comes, it won't affect him at all. But all of you are different. Without the Tao fruit of the origin, you can't transcend the world. When the immeasurable calamity comes and the world is destroyed, all of you can't escape the fate of death. When the world is destroyed, Xianqing will be freed from the world and be reborn, but all of you will fall with the world. How sad is that? So cultivate well. As long as you can attain the Tao fruit of the origin, you'll meet Xianqing sooner or later. Otherwise, it's goodbye forever. After that, Tong Tian entered the Shangqing temple with his hands behind his back. Now that Xianqing's matter was resolved, the knot in his heart was also untied. He felt much more relaxed. As long as he could ensure that Xianqing didn't get lost in the heavenly axiom, and was completely assimilated by the heavenly axiom, Xianqing would be reborn sooner or later. This was because the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian could survive thousands of calamities. He wouldn't die. The reason why Xianqing fell now was that he was assimilated by the world, and became a part of it. But the world would be destroyed sooner or later, but the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian wouldn't. As long as the world was destroyed, Xianqing would be freed and regain his freedom. The heavenly court has changed. With the birth of the Eastern Pole Qinghua Emperor, some people looked at the fate of the heavenly court and couldn't help but frown. As mentioned above, the fate of the heavenly court had changed from the original 5 pillars to the current 6. But this wasn't the biggest change. The biggest change was that the giant pillar that represented the celestial emperor had shrunk. Although it was still the biggest, it was reduced to the same level as the other 5 pillars. It was no longer unique and above the other 4 pillars. It had the image of suppressing the world. This meant that the authority of the celestial emperor had been further weakened. In the past, the heavenly court also had the 4 emperors. But that was because the 4 emperors were the same. The celestial emperor was nominally above the 4 emperors, and had the authority to command the 4 emperors. But now, with the birth of the Eastern Pole Qinghua Emperor, the celestial emperor's authority had been further weakened. The heavenly court had evolved from a situation where the celestial emperor was the sole ruler, and the 4 emperors ruled together, to a situation where the 6 emperors ruled together. In other words, the celestial emperor was no longer high and mighty. Instead, he had become like the other emperors. Although he was the head of the 6 emperors, he didn't have a supreme status. Well, from now on, it wasn't appropriate to call Haotian the celestial emperor anymore. He should be called the Jade Emperor. The head of the 6 emperors, the Jade Emperor, was the lord of all heavens and ruled over all heavens. It was also at this moment that the heavenly court no longer had a celestial emperor. The primordial world no longer had a celestial emperor. The 3 realms had entered an era where the 6 emperors ruled together. The position of the celestial emperor was empty. In other words, Feng Zichen's opportunity was about to arrive. At this time, as long as someone with great merit could obtain the recognition of the 6 emperors at the same time, then theoretically he could directly become the celestial emperor without refining the fate of heaven and earth. The complete authority of the celestial emperor was divided into 6 parts, and evolved into the current 6 emperors. Each emperor held 1/6 of the celestial emperor's authority in their hands. As long as they combined their authority, they could restore the complete authority of the celestial emperor. This meant that the 6 of them could work together to promote a true celestial emperor. There was no need for the 6 emperors to hand over their authority. As long as the 6 of them worked together, they could evolve into a new supreme authority that covered all the authority and karmic ranks of the eldritch world. The authority of the celestial emperor. This was the source of all authority, and all authority was a branch of the celestial emperor. The celestial emperor had the power to control everything, and also the power to bestow authority to all things. When this authority appeared, all the authorities would listen to the celestial emperor's orders. Even the authority of the 6 emperors was no exception, and could be taken away at any time. No, to be precise, when the authority of the celestial emperor appeared, no matter who it was, no matter what authority they had previously grasped, they would change from the owner of the authority to the manager of the authority. They would manage the eldritch world on behalf of the true celestial emperor. They only had the ability to use the authority, but they didn't have the ability to own the authority. This was because all the power of the authority belonged to the celestial emperor. When the celestial emperor wasn't around, anyone could become the owner of the authority. However, when the eldritch world was around, all the authority had only one owner, and that was the celestial emperor. This was why the celestial emperor was said to be supreme, infinite, and more honorable than the saints. The celestial emperor truly controlled everything in the eldritch world. To put it more vividly, when the celestial emperor appeared, the owners of these authorities all changed from the bosses of companies to ordinary employees, and lost the power to control the companies. I didn't expect that after the celestial emperor became the Jade Emperor, I actually felt that my body was much more relaxed. My realm also improved a little. As expected, the position of the celestial emperor is the biggest obstacle to my Tao. In the Jade Pool, Hao Tian silently felt the changes in his body and couldn't help but say aloud. After being the celestial emperor for so many years, Hao Tian didn't do it for nothing. With the help of the celestial court's providence, Hao Tian had accumulated enough to reach the Tao. However, he still couldn't take that crucial step. The reason was because he was the celestial emperor. The celestial emperor not only made Hao Tian, but also limited him. P.S. Double the monthly votes. Please get some monthly votes. In the middle of the month, I posted a single chapter, saying that I would update it according to fate. However, I didn't do that in the end, because there were still people who wanted this book, about 800 to 900 people. Of course, other than them, there weren't many people who read it. I wrote it for them. My book has 3,080 subscriptions. In theory, I would need at least 3,080 new chapters to maintain the balance of the subscriptions. But in reality, this book only has 2,000 new subscriptions every day. Sometimes it's only 1,700. This process has been going on for almost half a year. Those who know the starting point know that this means that this book has no value and no money. I'm doing it for love. At this point, most people should choose to be eunuch. Actually, the purpose of my new book is to eunuch this old book. But in the end, I still can't bear to do it. After all, I've been writing for more than a year and have feelings for it. I want to write an ending, so I clenched my teeth and persevered for half a year. But the pressure of opening 2 books is really great. I hope that everyone can give me some support. I don't ask for any rewards. If you can subscribe, then subscribe. If you can vote, then vote. Lazy bum, thank you for your support. Chapter 883. If he hadn't become the celestial Varch, Hao Tian's cultivation speed wouldn't have been so fast, and his foundation wouldn't have been so deep. It could be said that if Hao Tian could break through now, he would be at least at the 4th heaven of chaotic primordial chaos stage, or even higher. Similarly, if he hadn't become the celestial Varch, with his aptitude, he would have already become chaotic primordial Daoyuo Jingxian. He wouldn't be stuck at half-step chaotic primordial chaos stage like he was now. Only Hao Tian himself knew the pros and cons of this. However, Hao Tian wasn't conflicted about the 4 emperors becoming 6 emperors. Instead, he was happy to see it happen. Because of the drop in his status, he saw hope for a breakthrough. He estimated that after a few 100,000 years, Hao Tian would be able to break through. Among the 6 emperors, apart from the Earth Empress, How Tian was the only one who hadn't broken through to chaotic primordial Daluo Jinxian. There was no reason why others could break through, but he couldn't. As one of the 6 emperors, no one was weaker than the other. Feng Zichen smiled but didn't say anything. Sigh, the children are all grown up and have their own thoughts. They can't be controlled by others anymore. Beside the Yellow River, Dao ancestor Hongjun, who had transformed into Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, quietly observed the changes in the 3 realms for a while. Then, he suddenly mounted his azure ox and led his disciple toward the west. In a few days, the Dao ancestor arrived at Hangu Pass on his azure ox. This was the border of the Central Divine Province, and also the border between it and the Aparagodania state. It could be said that after leaving Hangu Pass, they would arrive at the Aparagodania state after another few million kilometers. Since Hangu Pass was located at the border between the 2 states, its geographical location was extremely important. The human race naturally arranged for a large number of soldiers to guard this place. The soldiers here were all elites of the human race. They all came from the human emperor city, and were the descendants of nobles and marquises. Hangu Pass guard Ishi was even from the imperial family. In the past few days, Ishi felt his brows twitch, as if something good had happened to him. However, no matter how he calculated, he still couldn't find the source of the good news. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to consult the Xiantian Taoist priests who were stationed at the border. Unfortunately, even the Dao Venerate was unable to divine anything out of it. There were even people who laughed and said that Ishi was dreaming of what he thought of during the day. He was so obsessed with obtaining opportunities that he had become obsessed with them. Ishi naturally didn't pay any attention to this. How could a cultivator's sudden impulse be an illusion? Something good must be happening to him. As for why the Taoist priests couldn't figure it out, wasn't it obvious? Either that, or the Dao Venerate couldn't calculate it because the opportunity was too great. Or the opportunity was too vague for the Taoist priests to see clearly. If it was the latter, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if it was the former, just thinking about it made him excited. An opportunity that even the Xiantian Taoist priests could not calculate was definitely beyond the level of the Taoist priests. This was the real big opportunity. Ishi didn't have to wait for long. Soon Dao ancestor Hongjun arrived on his azure cow. On this day, Ishi raised his head and gazed into the distance. He saw a vast expanse of purple mist surging toward him. Immediately afterward, he saw a Taoist riding on an azure cow, with a Dao child leading the way. The Taoist was making his way toward Hangu Pass. Wherever the Dao ancestor passed, the ground would be filled with dense mist. The fragrance was strong and filled with red clouds. Seeing this, Ishi couldn't help but blurt out, "A sage has arrived at Hangu Pass." After saying this, Ishi seemed to have realized something and ran out of Hangu Pass. He quickly walked toward Dao ancestor Hongjun and bowed like a disciple. "I am Ishi, the commander of Hangu Pass. A few days ago, I observed the sky and saw purple clouds gathering in the east. I knew a sage had arrived and have been waiting for a long time. Please come to my cold room for a chat. I would like to hear your teachings." Hearing this, the Dao ancestor shook his head. Poor Wei has been guarding the human tribe's treasury for many years, and has already repaid her karma with the human emperor. She doesn't want to have anything to do with the human tribe, and only wants to leave the Central God Province as soon as possible. After saying this, the Dao ancestor ignored Ishi's protests and kicked the azure cow lightly, urging it to hurry forward. It had to be said that this azure cow was the mount of the Real Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. When Dao ancestor Hongjun descended into the mortal world, he brought it with him. Ishi waited for several days and finally saw a sage. How could he let the Dao ancestor leave so easily? He hurriedly grabbed onto the azure cow and begged him not to let the Dao ancestor leave. However, the Dao ancestor was determined to leave. No matter how Ishi begged, it was useless. In reality, it wasn't that the Dao ancestor was determined to leave. If the Dao ancestor was determined to leave, even the generals of Hangu Pass and all of the soldiers combined wouldn't be able to stop him, let alone Ishi. The Dao ancestor was probably doing this to test Ishi and let him know that Dao was not to be imparted easily. That's right, it was him. How did Ishi gain the favor of Dao ancestor Hongjun? Was it because of his exceptional aptitude, or because of his overwhelming fortune? It was neither. It was because he was the reincarnation of Taoist Wenshi, one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. As such, Tao ancestor Hongjun held him in high regard. If it weren't for this, Tao ancestor Hongjun wouldn't have come all the way to Hangu Pass. He had come here specifically to enlighten Yishi. Speaking of Yishi's original body, Taoist Wenshi was also an extraordinary person. His method of attaining Tao was different from others. He didn't plan on attaining Tao through discussion. Instead, he planned on forcibly breaking through to Chaos Tao Yuo Jingxian. To achieve this, he decided to reincarnate and cultivate again. He planned to cultivate his reincarnation to the same cultivation base as his original body. Then he would combine the Tao fruits of his 2 lives and forcibly break through to Chaos Tao Yuo Jingxian. This was a very powerful plan. Attaining Chaos Primordial Stage through this method was indeed more powerful than other methods. It could be said that he was on the verge of attaining Tao through strength. However, this method was very difficult to attain, and it was likely that it would be difficult for him to attain 2 Tao fruits. However, this wasn't a problem for Taoist Wenshi. This was because Yishi wasn't his first incarnation. Instead, he was his second incarnation. Once Yishi matured, Taoist Wenshi would have 3 half-step Chaos Primordial Stage Tao fruits. When the 3 Tao fruits were combined, it wasn't impossible for him to break through to Chaos Primordial Stage. If 3 Tao fruits weren't enough, then Taoist Wenshi wouldn't panic. He could continue with the 4th Tao fruit. However, there was a huge flaw in this method. The more Tao fruits one cultivated, the more their strength would increase after successful fusion. However, at the same time, the more Tao fruits one cultivated, the more likely it was that the fusion would fail. If Taoist Wenshi could refine 9 Tao fruits and combine them, then Feng Zichen believed that after breaking through to Chaos Tao Yuo Jingxian, Taoist Wenshi's cultivation base would be at least at the 7th heaven of Chaos Primordial Stage. However, the difficulty of fusing 9 Tao fruits could be said to be beyond imagination. If he succeeded, then it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would soar to the heavens. However, if he failed, then Taoist Wenshi would probably die. His cultivation base wouldn't be crippled, but his countless years of hard work would probably all be for naught. If he wanted to return to his peak cultivation base, then he would probably have to start all over again. The benefits of success were obvious, but the consequences of failure were also obvious. Tao ancestor Hongjun was worried that Taoist Wenshi would fail, so he personally came to Hangu Pass to lend him a hand. As soon as he saw Tao ancestor Hongjun, Yishi knew that the astonishing opportunity he had sensed a few days ago should be on the sage standing before him. This was why Yishi wanted to keep Tao ancestor Hongjun at all costs. This was his astonishing opportunity, so how could he let it go? If he missed this opportunity, then it would be difficult for him to encounter it again. Tao ancestor Hongjun was determined to leave, and no matter how Yishi tried to persuade him, he wouldn't budge in the slightest. In the end, Yishi had no choice but to say helplessly, "Since the sage is going to retire, why don't you leave behind some holy words? That way, you won't have wasted your time in this world." Yishi thought that since he couldn't keep Tao ancestor Hongjun, then no matter what, he had to make Tao ancestor Hongjun leave behind something. Otherwise, wouldn't he have met Tao ancestor Hongjun for nothing? Hearing this, Tao ancestor Hongjun said in displeasure, "The poor Wei has already said that the karma between me and the human emperor has already been severed, and I don't want to have any further contact with the human race. How can I leave behind a Tao scripture to create karma?" Hearing this, Yishi opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. There was a dazed expression on his face. Since Tao ancestor Hongjun had already said this, it was clear that he was very determined. He really didn't want to have any contact with the human race, and he definitely didn't want to leave anything behind for the human race. Tao ancestor Hongjun lightly tapped the bull's head with his horsetail whisk. "Little bull, let's go." The azure bull stood up and slowly walked forward with Tao ancestor Hongjun on its back. Meanwhile, the little Taoist child Tao ancestor Hongyin had transformed into led the azure bull in front. This time, Yishi couldn't say anything to stop Tao ancestor Hongjun from leaving. He could only stare blankly at Tao Ancestor Hongjun's departure. Tao Ancestor Hongjun had the human emperor's medallion in his hand. If he wanted to leave seclusion, the soldiers guarding the pass didn't dare to stop him, and could only allow him to leave. However, just as Tao Ancestor Hongjun was about to leave Hangu Pass, a thought suddenly flashed through Ishi's mind. He knew how to stop Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Ishi quickly caught up to Tao Ancestor Hongjun and yelled, "Stop, Tao Ancestor Hongjun. You've only severed your karma with His Majesty, but you haven't severed your karma with the human race. You've been with the human race for so many years. How have you severed your ties with the human race? This is karma, this is the connection. If you really want to sever your ties with the human race, you'll have to sever your ties with the human race." Hence, Ishi is begging Tao Ancestor to write a Tao scripture for future generations to comprehend and sever your ties with the human race. Tao Ancestor Hongjun was just about to leave seclusion, and he couldn't help but stop in his tracks upon hearing this. He turned around and scolded Ishi with a smile. "What do you know, you sly bastard? Poor Wei has been with the human race for so many years. Even though her food and clothing have all been taken care of by the human race, Poor Wei has also helped the human race nurture countless prodigies, and even nurtured a Khanate Taoist priest for the human race. If that's the case, then it's the human race that owes Poor Wei. What's the big deal about eating and drinking from the human race? How can they compare to the Khanate Taoist priest? Poor Wei has lost a lot of money, but I haven't seen the human emperor pluck a few world fruits for the Poor Wei to taste." Tao Ancestor Hongjun sure was overthinking things. The world fruits were the fruits of the world tree, and they were extremely precious. They could be said to be true Khanate Tao fruits, and eating one would immediately allow one to reach the Khanate Taoist priest level. With Feng Zichen's stingy personality, he couldn't even bear to eat one himself, so why would he give it to the Tao Ancestor? He was overthinking things. The world fruits were the foundation of the human race. If the human race were to decline one day, just like the liches and demons, and all of the Khanate Taoist priests perished in battle, the world fruits would be the final hope of the human race. They could nurture new Khanate Taoist priests for the human race in the shortest amount of time, so the human race wouldn't become a speck of dust in the annals of history. Even heaven and earth would decay one day. So who would dare to say that the human race would never decline? Feng Zichen had sealed the world fruits away as part of the foundation of the human race in order to prepare for a rainy day. Ishi had thought that he had come up with a good excuse, but he was instantly rendered speechless by Tao Ancestor Hongjun's words. He was even a little embarrassed, feeling like he was being too greedy. The holy sage had already given the human race so much, but he was still greedy and wanted the holy sage to give him more. Ishi, aren't you ashamed? How could you be so greedy? Ishi was blaming himself endlessly in his heart. But at this moment, Tao Ancestor Hongjun's attitude suddenly changed. He said helplessly, forget it. You are so sincere. If I don't leave anything behind, it will seem that I am stingy when the human emperor hears about it. Seeing as that's the case, Poor Wei will leave behind a Tao scripture for the human race. Listen carefully, Poor Wei will only read it once, and it's up to you how much you can remember. At this moment, the human Taoist priests who had been secretly observing the situation heard this and immediately pulled out the sky surveying mirror that the human emperor had left behind at Hangu Pass. These human Taoist priests had already recognized Tao Ancestor Hongjun as soon as he arrived at Hangu Pass. The white-bearded Taoist on the azure ox was none other than Lord Laozi. Knowing that the holy sage was here, these human Taoist priests wanted to pay their respects. However, the Tao Ancestor wasn't here for them, so he naturally didn't want to see them. Thus, when the Tao Ancestor arrived at Hangu Pass, these human Taoist priests suddenly couldn't move. Seeing this, the human Taoist priests naturally understood that the holy sage didn't want to see them. Since that was the case, they didn't force the issue and stayed at Hangu Pass to watch the show. However, seeing that the holy sage was about to impart a Tao scripture, they couldn't continue to watch the show. They immediately activated the sky surveying mirror and connected it to the other sky surveying mirrors. They didn't do this for any other reason than to broadcast the situation here clearly through the sky surveying mirror, so that the humans in other places could also hear the Tao Ancestors' Tao. The Tao Ancestors Tao lecture was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. Perfect. Opportunities were always given to those who were prepared. Not long after, the Tao Ancestors' ethereal voice sounded between heaven and earth. Tao can be spoken, but it is not an ordinary Tao. Name can be named, but it is not an ordinary name. Nothingness is the beginning of heaven and earth. Being is the mother of all things. Therefore, nothingness is often used to observe its mysteries. Being is often used to observe its mysteries. These two come from the same origin but have different names. They are both called mysteries. Mysteries within mysteries, the door to all mysteries. Everyone in the world knows that beauty is beautiful, and it is evil. Everyone knows that good is good and it is not good. Being and nothingness engenders each other, and it is difficult and easy to form each other. Length and length match each other. High and low match each other. And the sounds match each other. The entire Tao Te Ching was only 5,000 words. Soon, the Tao Ancestor finished reciting it. After the Tao Ancestor finished reciting the Tao Te Ching, he didn't hesitate and left. P.S. I wonder if I can get 2,000 monthly votes this month. Chapter 884. However, everyone could see Tao Ancestor Hongjun glance at the sky patrolling treasure mirror as he left. At the same time, his lips twitched slightly. It was clear that the sky patrolling treasure mirror was unable to escape Tao Ancestor Hongjun's detection. This time, the Tao Ancestor had been taken advantage of by the human race. Even though it was only a wisp of the Tao Ancestor's projection, it was still extremely profound, and could be considered the voice of the heavenly Tao. Everyone fell into a trance upon hearing this and entered a state of Tao enlightenment. However, there was one exception, and that was Yi. Not long after he entered a trance of Tao enlightenment, he suddenly came to his senses. Feeling as if he had missed out on some great opportunity, Yi immediately came to his senses and saw the Tao Ancestor riding off into the distance. Then, as if he had been enlightened, Yi suddenly turned toward the direction of the human emperor city and bowed respectfully. He then pulled out the guardian token and raised it with both hands before carefully placing it on the ground. Yi has already repaid the favor of the human race. Now I only wish to stay with my teacher throughout the 3 realms. This guardian token of Hangu Pass will now be returned to the human race. After saying this, Yi bowed respectfully toward the direction of the human emperor city again. After this bow, Yi no longer had anything to do with the human race. After getting up, he left Hangu Pass without hesitation and chased after Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Teacher, please wait for your disciple. Within the human emperor city, Feng Zichen couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing this. Haha, the Tao Ancestor really isn't willing to take a loss. He won't let the human race take advantage of him at all. The Tao Ancestor would have passed down the Tao Ancestor regardless of whether Yi asked for it or not. However, if Yi didn't ask for it, then when the Tao Ancestor would pass down, the Tao Ancestor would have to depend on his mood. It could be 10 years later, or 100 years later, or even 10,000 years later. In any case, if Yi didn't ask for it, Tao Ancestor Hongjun definitely wouldn't have passed down the Tao Ancestor so easily. However, Yi did ask for it, and Tao Ancestor Hongjun passed down the Tao Ancestor. As such, Yi had made a great contribution to the human race. The Tao De Sutra contained all of the principles of this world. This was a true sage's book and could be considered a priceless treasure. Yi had indeed made a great contribution by obtaining this book. As for Yi, he was the reincarnation of the powerful Taoist priest Wen Shi. He had reincarnated into the human race, thereby forming a massive karma with the human race. It would not be easy to settle this matter. However, with Tao Ancestor Hongjun's actions, Yi had made a huge contribution to the human race. After accomplishing this, Yi didn't ask for any rewards. Instead, he directly severed his karma with the human race and left the human race, thereby foiling Feng Zichen's plan. Feng Zichen was thinking of using the karma of this reincarnation as the foundation to deepen the connection between Taoist Wen Shi and the humankind, and then tie this great master to the humankind. Unfortunately, his plan had just begun when it was ruined by the Tao Ancestor. However, the human race didn't lose out either. exchanging a person that they couldn't keep in the first place for an unmatched ancient record. It could still be considered a profit. After leaving Hanggu Pass, Dao ancestor Hongjun didn't head directly to the Aparagodania state. Instead, he led Ishi around the three realms. There was no rush to go to the Aparagodania state. The most important thing now was to nurture Taoist Wenshi as soon as possible, so that he could reach the level of chaotic primordial Daoyuo Jingxian. After the Dao ancestor left, the powerful figures of the 100 families lost their suppression and started to fight with others. As a result, it seemed to have triggered a chain reaction, causing the battle between the 100 families to become more and more intense. The various schools of thought also fell into chaos. The entire Central God Province was in chaos. Just as the situation in the Central God Province became more and more intense, in the distant Hongmeng of the ancient Barons continent, Feng Zichen's reincarnated body also fell into trouble. In order to express his ambition, Feng Zichen directly named his reincarnated body Hongmeng. Hongmeng. This was Feng Zichen's highest pursuit. Using this name also represented Feng Zichen's determination. As for what trouble Hongmeng encountered, it was because he was careless and was tricked by someone. The person who tricked him was called the Ancient Barons. The land under Hongmeng's feet was called the Ancient Barons continent, and the person who tricked him was also called the Ancient Barons. Needless to say, the two were indeed related. This person called the Ancient Barons was also a bold person. He took advantage of the living beings here for being ignorant, and directly called himself the god of creation, the creator of this world. Therefore, this world was called the Ancient Barons. Since he dared to impersonate the god of creation, this Ancient Baron still had some skills. He had the cultivation of the Xiantian Taoist priests. Such strength might not be ranked in the three realms, but in the Ancient Barons continent, it was enough to dominate the world. It was precisely because the Ancient Barons was too powerful that the living beings here believed whatever he said without the slightest doubt. Those who dared to doubt him were all dead. Naturally, no one doubted him anymore. However, although the Ancient Barons continent was remote, it was still within the three realms and was under the control of the heavenly axiom. The Ancient Barons dared to impersonate the Pangu and call himself the god of creation, the creator of this world. How could the heavenly axiom tolerate him? Not long after, the Ancient Barons was punished by the heavenly axiom. He was bombarded by the heavenly axiom's light of calamity for 3 days and 3 nights. His true spirit collapsed and he died. However, although the Ancient Baron's innate true spirit was shattered, his physical body was unexpectedly preserved. It fell from the sky and turned into the huge Fallen Dragon mountain range. Yes, that's right. It was the Fallen Dragon mountain range, the place where Hongmeng was born. The Ancient Barons was a dragon, and called himself the Ancient Baron's ancestor dragon. The dragon aura that Hongmeng sensed in the Fallen Dragon mountain range was emitted by the Ancient Barons. The Ancient Barons was the Xiantian Taoist priests. His physical body was the Xiantian celestial demon body. Even the heavenly axiom's light of calamity couldn't break his body. He had already reached the immortal realm. Time naturally couldn't erode his body. After the Ancient Barons died, his body turned into the Fallen Dragon mountain range. This was a secret among secrets in the Ancient Barons' mainland. Few people in the world knew about it, let alone Hongmeng. He had just arrived here. How could he know such a secret? He only knew that there was a treasure under the Fallen Dragon mountain range. It was a Taoist priest's level dragon corpse. If he could refine it, he would definitely be one step closer to the Xiantian Taoist priest's level. Therefore Hongmeng, whose strength had reached the half-step Taoist priest's level, rushed to the underground of the Fallen Dragon mountain range excitedly. He wanted to dig out the Taoist priest's level dragon corpse. However, he didn't expect that after Hongmeng arrived at the underground, what awaited him wasn't a cold corpse, but a chaos demon god that was about to be resurrected. Amazing! The Ancient Barons was the incarnation of the Ancient Barons, one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods. No wonder he had the guts to impersonate Pangu. He even wanted to kill Pangu, let alone impersonate Pangu. The Ancient Barons was about to be resurrected. What he lacked the most was high-quality power. Then Hongmeng, who was full of Hongmeng's aura, rushed over excitedly and took the initiative to deliver himself to the ancient barons. Since he had taken the initiative to deliver himself to the ancient barons wouldn't hesitate. He immediately grabbed Hongmeng and wanted to devour him so that he could be resurrected completely. Hongmeng's incarnation was Feng Zichen's Taoist body. It was extremely important and couldn't be lost. Hongmeng naturally wouldn't allow himself to be devoured by the chaos demon god. He immediately resisted with all his might. Fortunately, the ancient barons hadn't been completely resurrected. Although he was stronger than Hongmeng, he wasn't much stronger. He couldn't take down Hongmeng in a short time. In addition, Hongmeng had a helper. The ancient barons had a harder time dealing with him. Hongmeng's helper was Di Jun. This time, Hongmeng wasn't the only one who took the initiative to deliver himself to the ancient barons. Di Jun was also the unlucky one. He also knew that there were precious treasures under the Fallen Dragon mountain range. Therefore, he came here to try his luck. Then, just like Hongmeng, he became the ancient baron's hunting target. With Di Jun as his helper, Feng Zichen had a much easier time dealing with the ancient barons. Those who knew would think that he was in deep danger. Those who didn't know would think that he was here to sightsee. With his original body as his backing, Feng Zichen naturally wasn't afraid of the ancient barons. It could even be said that if he wanted to, he could easily kill the ancient barons in front of him. However, just like he had his original body, so did the ancient barons. Moreover, the ancient baron's original body was stronger than Feng Zichen's original body. This was because the ancient baron's original body wasn't a member of the group of crippled chaos demon gods in the realm C. His original body came from the outer realm chaos. He was the greatest threat in the eldritch world. He was one of the chaos demon gods that Panga hadn't killed. What was a big fish? This was a big fish that Feng Zichen couldn't afford to offend. This was the eldritch world. Most of the ancient baron's power couldn't reach here. If it was the outer realm chaos, even Feng Zichen's original body, and all of his incarnations wouldn't be enough to kill the ancient barons. It was precisely because he was afraid of the ancient baron's original body that Feng Zichen didn't summon his original body immediately. Instead, he relied on the power of his incarnation to fight the ancient baron's incarnation. After discovering the ancient baron's true identity, Feng Zichen had already made up his mind. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he definitely wouldn't use his incarnation. On the other side, Di Jun didn't ask Tai Yi for help. He also recognized the ancient baron's identity. After all, when Di Jun hadn't reached Dao, a chaos demon god had once attacked the eldritch world from afar. Di Jun remembered the appearance of that chaos demon god. It was exactly the same as the demon god that was about to eat him. These two old schemers were both curious about the ancient baron's purpose for coming here. Therefore, they didn't use their trump cards. Instead, they fought with the ancient barons so as not to alert the ancient barons. As for the ancient barons, they didn't know what he was afraid of. He also didn't use his trump cards. He only relied on the remaining power of his incarnation to fight with Feng Zichen and Di Jun. The more the primordial demonic god behaved like this, the more curious Feng Zichen and Emperor Jun, the two cunning old men, became about his purpose in coming here, and became more difficult to deal with. The ancient baron's continent was located outside the 5 major continents. It was a nameless island located in an extremely remote area on the boundless ocean. Although its surface area was large, it appeared very small compared to the 5 major continents. Therefore, it was called an island. As everyone knew, the further one was from the 5 major continents, the thinner the spiritual energy. The ancient baron's continent was neither too far nor too close to the 5 major continents. It couldn't be considered a special place. It could only be said to be ordinary. If the ancient barons didn't descend, perhaps this place wouldn't even have a name. However, such an ordinary place attracted the ancient barons, a giant among the chaos demon gods, to descend. As such, this small island known as the Desolate Ancient Island became extraordinary. It should be known that the ancient barons was located in the great chaos outside the realm. There was a huge sky curtain between them and the eldritch world. Therefore, if the ancient barons wanted to descend into the eldritch world, he must pay an unimaginable price. He paid such a huge price just to come to the ancient Baron's continent. Then what was so special about this ordinary place that the ancient Baron's demon god would go to such lengths? Feng Zichen and Dijun were very curious about this. Feng Zichen and Dijun would also believe that the ancient Baron's demon god came here to set up the Eldritch world. But why did he choose the ancient Baron's continent as a stronghold? Why didn't he choose another place? In fact, in order to occupy this continent, he didn't hesitate to use the name of Pangu. In short, for the ancient Baron's continent to be chosen by the ancient Baron's demon god, and be named after him, there must be something special about it. And this uniqueness was something that Feng Zichen and Dijun couldn't discover. There were only two situations that could cause this result. The first one was that there was nothing special about the ancient Baron's continent. The reason why they thought it was strange was because they were overthinking it. The second one was that there was something special about the ancient Baron's continent. It was hidden so deeply that Feng Zichen and Dijun couldn't see through it. The first one could be eliminated directly. Then it could only be the second one. Feng Zichen and Dijun couldn't discover it, but the ancient Baron's demon god did. This was normal. After all, the ancient Baron's demon god was a supreme expert whose strength was close to Panga's. His realm was much higher than the two of them. It was normal for him to discover something that the two of them couldn't. Moreover, Feng Zichen and Dijun firmly believed that the ancient Baron's continent was extraordinary. Besides the ancient Baron's demon god, there was a more important reason. That was, the two of them appeared here at the same time. In the past, they didn't think much of it. But now that they thought about it, there were indeed many things wrong with the ancient Baron's continent. Feng Zichen's providence was so huge that it could be said to be the best in the three realms. How could the place where he reincarnated be ordinary? Providence guided him here, which meant that there must be something special about this place. It was just that Feng Zichen couldn't discover it. Other than that, what showed that this place was extraordinary was that Dijun also came to this continent. Dijun reincarnated and recultivated. This wasn't strange. Dijun's reincarnation left the North Continent and went overseas to train. This wasn't strange either. However, the three realms were so big that it could be said to be boundless. How could it be so coincidental that Dijun also came to the ancient Baron's continent and met Feng Zichen? The world was vast. It was too much of a coincidence for them to meet here. It was so coincidental that it was unbelievable. P.S. There are still 10 minutes left. Don't forget to vote. Chapter 885. If Feng Zichen was the only one here, it could be considered a coincidence. However, if Dijun was here as well, it could not be a coincidence. There must be something hidden here. Otherwise, it would not have attracted two supreme beings of heaven and earth at the same time. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? It was all destined. Roar, the primordial fiend celestial, seemed to be annoyed. He roared into the sky and his strength doubled. The majestic dragon energy was like the sea, sweeping toward Feng Zichen and Dijun break. Feng Zichen reacted quickly. He stabbed the Hongmeng sword into the ground, and formed a majestic sword seal around him to protect himself from the dragon energy. On the other side, Emperor Jun did not want to be outdone. A grand sun appeared outside his body, giving birth to endless mysteries. It was as if it could withstand all kinds of attacks and resist the surging dragon chi. Feng Zichen and Dijun were like two nails in the mighty dragon energy. They were nailed to the ground, and no matter how the dragon energy washed over them, they could not be shaken at all. Die. Unfortunately, good things did not last long. The primordial fiend celestial's corpse suddenly moved. He waved his huge dragon wings and flapped them toward Feng Zichen and Dijun danger. The moment the primordial fiend celestial flapped his dragon wings, Feng Zichen was alerted. Then he saw the wind and lightning between heaven and earth appear, surging towards him like they were covering the sky and earth. The primordial fiend celestial had 9 horns and 9 claws. He had a pair of wings, and when he flapped his wings, he had the power to control wind and thunder. Open. Knowing that the primordial fiend celestial was really angry and had started to use his trump card, Feng Zichen did not dare to hesitate. He immediately pulled out the divine sword that was stabbed into the ground and swung it. Whoosh, dazzling sword light burst forth. It was boundless and evolved into the laws of heaven and earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the universe. This was the realm of the way of the sword, which was the opposite of the realm of the way of the sword. Compared to Feng Zichen's magnificent sword light, Di Jun's divine ability appeared to be more simple and unadorned. It was an ordinary golden Dao seal, but when it was struck out with a dazzling golden light, it had the power to incinerate everything. Two lowly worms dare to covet my physical body? You deserve to die. Amidst the furious roars, the mystic ability that Feng Zichen and Di Jun had placed their hopes on was easily torn apart by the power of wind and thunder. Then, it viciously struck the two of them and sent them flying. As expected of a legendary existence, just a strand of divine consciousness that has just awakened possesses such unimaginable power. How terrifying! Feng Zichen sighed as he got up from the ground. He wasn't bragging, but in the current situation, if he and Di Jun joined forces, even the real Daoyuo Taoist priests would have to kneel before them. However, the primordial demon god was just a strand of divine consciousness that had yet to be completely resurrected. His strength was not even 1/10,000th of his peak strength. Even so, he was still able to suppress the two of them. Crackle! Crackle! Feng Zichen had just moved when a series of sparks suddenly erupted from his body. Crackle! 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 His body, which had just stood up, fell back down again. On the other side, Di Jun was facing a situation similar to Feng Zichen's. In Feng Zichen's body, there was an inextinguishable power of wind and thunder that continued to wreak havoc in his body, making it difficult for him to get up. What a high-level power! Is this the apocalyptic light that the heavenly Tao used to kill the primordial demon god? Who would have thought that after hundreds of thousands of years, not only was the apocalyptic light left in the primordial demon god's body unable to completely extinguish his life force, it was even refined and became a part of his strength. Feng Zichen sighed as he silently circulated the Hongmeng Taoist scripture. Instantly, his body vaporized and turned into a ball of Hongmeng Qi. The power of wind and thunder intertwined within it and flashed with dazzling lightning. All things originated from Hongmeng and returned to Hongmeng. The Hongmeng Qi that Feng Zichen had turned into tumbled in the air for a moment, before it refined the power of wind and thunder in his body, and returned to human form. Fortunately, this was the primordial wilderness, and the heavenly Tao suppressed it. No matter how strong the primordial demon god was, he could not exceed the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, if this power of wind and thunder was the power of the primordial demon god's true body, unless Feng Zichen directly used the power of Panga to refine it, even if the power of wind and thunder could not kill him, it could still entangle him for tens of thousands of years. The greater the difference in cultivation level, the more the quality of one's magic power would change. For example, the power of the chaos element was far superior to the power of Daoyuo. The primordial demon god's power of primordial chaos was far superior to the power of the chaos element. This was the natural suppression of a higher power over a lower power. Just as Feng Zichen was breaking free from the influence of the power of wind and thunder, Di Jun used some unknown method to refine the power of wind and thunder. It was also at this time that the primordial demonic god suddenly stopped. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the two of them. Oh, the Tao of Grand Mist and the Tao of Limitless. You two reptiles are quite interesting. The moment the primordial demon god said this, Feng Zichen and Di Jun's eyes flashed as they looked at each other with indescribable expressions. The Tao of Hongmeng was naturally referring to Feng Zichen. The Tao of Wuji was referring to Di Jun. What was Wuji? It was chaos. Before all things were born, they were in a state of chaos. This state of chaos was called Wuji. Looking at Di Jun, Feng Zichen's face remained expressionless, but his heart was filled with shock. As expected of the primordial chaos first celestial emperor, his talent was indeed terrifying. He had managed to break free from the influence of the innate Taiyang Tao, without anyone noticing. With the Taiyang Tao, he had transcended it and embarked on the Tao of Taiyang Limitless Sunday. This meant that Di Jun was no longer affected by the Taiyang star. He had truly transcended the heavens and earth and found his own path. At this moment, the primordial demon god's voice boomed again. However, It is also because of your extraordinary abilities that I am able to completely revive myself after eating you." As he spoke, the primordial demon god opened his mouth and sucked, intending to swallow Feng Zichen and Di Jun into his stomach. In response, the two of them naturally resisted with all their might. Even though they were confident that they would not die after entering the primordial demon god's stomach, they still did so. After all, their identities were different now. If news of them being swallowed into someone else's stomach were to spread, the two of them would not be able to show their faces anymore. Furthermore, how dirty would it be to be swallowed into someone else's stomach? "Brother, I don't believe that you came here unprepared. Since we're already at this juncture, there's no need to hold back anymore. Use whatever you have to use." Feng Zichen shouted at Di Jun as he resisted the suction force. In response, Di Jun also shouted, "Brother, I don't believe that you came here unprepared either. Since that's the case, why don't you show it to the poor Wei and let her see what you're capable of?" P.S. Starting to wrap up and fill in the holes. It's a little hard to write. Chapter 886. Both of them were top crafty old foxes in the untainted land. Both of them had the idea of whoring each other for free. It was even harder for them to work together than for Hong Yin to become a sage. Feng Zichen was not surprised by Di Jun's answer. Given their relationship, it was normal for them to refuse. If Di Jun had agreed, Feng Zichen would have felt that there was something wrong. Therefore, Feng Zichen smiled and continued to propose. "Since you want to see my skills, I'll show you. However, I'm also very curious about your skills. Why don't you reveal your trump card with me so that I can see it?" Hearing this, Di Jun's eyes flickered for a moment, and he replied, "Since it's your request, how can I, the poor Wei, refuse?" Seeing that Di Jun agreed, Feng Zichen nodded and said, "Okay, since you agree, let's attack together when I count to 3. Di Jun nodded, "Sure." Hearing this, Feng Zichen counted directly. 1, 2, 3. The moment he counted to 3, Feng Zichen suddenly moved. His figure quickly moved backward, with the idea of leaving Di Jun here to cover his retreat. However, although Feng Zichen was fast, Di Jun was not slow either. He actually had the same idea as Feng Zichen. When Feng Zichen moved backward, he also moved backward quickly. "Bastard! You actually want to trick me." Looking at the retreating figure, both of them cursed in their hearts at the same time. But the next moment, they smiled and said to each other at the same time, "Fellow Taoist, your skills are really brilliant. I really admire you." The two crafty old foxes were laughing on the surface, but cursing in their hearts. They did not feel guilty at all for tricking each other, only endless pity. Why didn't the other party fall for their trick? "Want to run? Come back." Seeing that the two of them were trying to escape, the primordial demonic god flew into a rage. Stretching out 2 gigantic claws, he swiped at the two of them. "Retreat!" Abruptly stopping, Feng Zichen channeled all the arcane energy in his body, and unleashed the reversal of Yin and Yang, one of the 36 Heaven Dipper Supreme Abhijnas, towards the primordial fiend celestial. The so-called reversal of Yin and Yang, when performed by Feng Zichen, could reverse everything. Whether it was black and white, heaven and earth, life and death, everything would be reversed in his hands. The formless divine ability silently swept through the void, and struck the primordial fiend celestial. In an instant, a shocking change occurred. The life aura of the primordial demon god began to surge rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it increased by several times. This was Feng Zichen's yin-yang reversal grand art, reversing the life and death of the primordial demonic gods. Once this art was used, the primordial demonic gods would return to life and vice versa. The dead became the living, and the living became the dead. Under the influence of this supernatural ability, the primordial demonic god's death aura was transforming into life aura, and his life aura was naturally increasing. However, Feng Zichen's body was just an incarnation, and his cultivation was only half a step away from the Taoist priests. His power was limited. As for the primordial demonic god, his strength was already at the level of the Khanate Taoist priests when he was alive. His strength was much higher than Feng Zichen's. How could he resurrect the primordial demonic god at the level of the Taoist priests with the power of an incarnation? Therefore, Feng Zichen's magic power was quickly depleted, and he could no longer maintain the yin-yang reversal grand art. The moment the divine ability failed, the backlash came. The primordial demonic god's life aura fell at an even faster rate than before. In the blink of an eye, it fell to an even lower level than before. A light divine ability was enough to severely injure the primordial demonic god, and his strength was greatly reduced. At the same time, Dijun's divine ability also came. Similar to Feng Zichen's choice, Dijun's divine ability was also one of the 36 Big Dipper divine abilities. However, it wasn't the yin-yang reversal grand art. Instead, it was the flower blooming instant. The flower blooming instant was used by Dijun, and this divine ability displayed an unimaginable power. As the flower bloomed and fell, it took away the vitality of all living things. Silently, beautiful lotus flowers began to grow on the primordial demon god's body. As the lotus flowers bloomed, the life aura on his body began to weaken. You're asking for it, reptile. After being injured by the two reptiles in his eyes, the primordial demonic god gradually lost control of his emotions. Monstrous anger rose from his body and completely materialized. It turned into a pitch-black flame that burned fiercely toward the two of them. Return of wind and fire. Almost at the same time, Dijun and Feng Zichen used the same divine ability. One of the 36 Big Dipper divine abilities, Return of Wind and Fire, could return all divine abilities and spells. With the combination of the two, the power of the divine ability suddenly increased dramatically. The flames of anger came quickly and also retreated quickly, burning toward the primordial demonic god. It was also at this time that Feng Zichen and Dijun stepped forward at the same time and used their strongest divine abilities to attack the primordial demonic god. Heart and sword as one, intent and heaven and earth as one. Feng Zichen and his sword as one, wrapped in the power of heaven and earth, turned into a purple sword light that streaked across the void like a shooting star and slashed toward the primordial demonic god's forehead. At the same time, Dijun revealed his true form and turned into a huge three-legged golden crow. Like the sun, he crashed toward the primordial demonic god. Bang! The sword light that Feng Zichen turned into accurately hit the primordial demonic god's forehead. The sword intent sank into the primordial demonic god's forehead and almost penetrated it. Unfortunately, at this critical moment, the primordial demonic god's true spirit used a divine ability and exploded with an unparalleled power that sent Feng Zichen flying. At the same time, the Hongmeng sword in Feng Zichen's hand that was carved from the heart of the iron tree was also shattered into several pieces. When Feng Zichen first came to the ancient Baron's continent, he used an iron tree to refine his body. Later on, as his cultivation grew stronger day by day, he accidentally broke the iron tree. Perhaps because he felt that the iron tree was fated with him, Feng Zichen used the core of the iron tree to carve a wooden sword, which was the Hongmeng sword in his hand. This wooden sword had been refined by him for many years, and had already undergone a qualitative change. It had turned from an ordinary iron tree into an acquired treasure, and showed signs of evolving into an innate spiritual treasure. The Qi of Hongmeng was just that extraordinary. It had the ability to turn stone into gold and turn ordinary objects into innate objects. It was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Screech! Dijun suddenly screeched. The 9 heavens appeared behind him, and intertwined with all kinds of visions. There were celestial palaces, gods, and demons. It was a glorious era. Then the 9 heavens shattered, the celestial palaces collapsed, and gods and demons fell one after another. The curtain fell on a glorious era. Vast and boundless power swept toward the primordial demonic god. It was at this moment that Feng Zichen seized the opportunity to put away the fragments of the Hongmeng sword and fled without looking back. He left Dijun alone to face the primordial demonic god. Chapter 887. Ziwei, you bastard. Even with Dijun's temperament, he could not help but curse when he saw that Feng Zichen had abandoned him. After scolding Luo Yunyang, Dijun was faced with a real problem. Previously, he and Feng Zichen were no match for the primordial demon god, even when they joined forces. They could only barely hold their own. But now, Feng Zichen had abandoned him and left him to deal with the primordial demon god alone. How could he be a match for the overlord of the chaos demon gods? You little bastard, you tricked me. I will not let you off. Knowing that it was not the time to hesitate, Dijun cursed Feng Zichen again, and finally used his trump card. If he did not use his trump card, it would not be long before he became the primordial demon god's food. Not long after Feng Zichen left the underground, he felt that the entire Fallen Dragon mountain range suddenly shook violently as if there was a major earthquake. Many mountains collapsed and countless rocks were thrown into the air. The ground cracked and huge fissures appeared one after another. There were also places where the ground caved in. Large patches of trees and beasts sank into the ground. Such a commotion naturally alarmed the beasts that lived in the Fallen Dragon mountain range. They howled in horror, and then ran out of the Fallen Dragon mountain range recklessly. An unprecedented beast tide broke out. After Feng Zichen left the underground, he found a random place to hide and stared at the ground, waiting for Dijun to appear. Needless to say, the sudden change in the Fallen Dragon mountain range must have something to do with Dijun. He must have used his trump card and intended to fight the primordial demon god to the death. If there were no accidents, this battle would definitely end with Dijun's defeat and his escape. It wasn't that Dijun didn't have enough trump cards, but Feng Zichen was outside. Dijun definitely wouldn't reveal all his trump cards. If Dijun used all his trump cards and fought the primordial fiend Celestial until both sides suffered heavy losses, wouldn't that give Feng Zichen an opportunity to take advantage of the situation? With Dijun's intelligence, how could he do such an unwise thing? He would rather destroy this opportunity than give it to Feng Zichen. If I can't have it, I'd rather destroy it than let anyone else have it. There was no doubt that Dijun was the same as Feng Zichen. They were both people with such personalities. Therefore, Feng Zichen was certain that Dijun would not fight to the death with the primordial demonic god. Instead, he would reveal some of his trump cards to fight for a chance to escape. It was because of this idea that Feng Zichen had set up an ambush here after leaving the underground. He wanted to wait for Dijun to come out so that he could give him a good beating. Even if Dijun used his trump cards, it was impossible for him to come out unscathed against the primordial demon god. His condition would definitely be affected. And this was Feng Zichen's opportunity. He didn't want to kill Dijun. He only wanted to make him temporarily lose his ability to fight, so that he wouldn't be able to participate in this operation against the primordial demon god. After all, he couldn't leave Dijun alive. If Dijun was in perfect condition, even if Feng Zichen had the confidence to deal with the primordial demon god, he wouldn't dare to make a move. Just as Dijun was worried that Feng Zichen would take advantage of the situation, Feng Zichen was also worried that Dijun would come and take advantage of the situation after he killed the primordial demon god. It could be said that as long as Dijun was still alive, Feng Zichen wouldn't dare to make a move against the primordial demon god. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to take advantage of this rare opportunity to cripple Dijun. Feng Zichen didn't have to wait for long. After a violent tremor, a small part of the Fallen Dragon mountain range suddenly collapsed. And amidst the rubble, a great sun slowly rose and flew into the distance. Seeing this, Feng Zichen moved. A wisp of Hongmeng energy rushed out of his body and turned into an avatar that chased after the great sun. Meanwhile, Feng Zichen's original body remained motionless. He focused his attention to the extreme, paying close attention to the surroundings, looking for any signs of movement. At a certain moment, Feng Zichen suddenly moved and pounced into the distance. Found you. The moment he finished speaking, Feng Zichen used his body as a sword and slashed at a spot in the void. And there was an extremely small ray of light. Rumble. The sword chi exploded, shattering the surrounding void. The ray of light was affected and revealed its true body. It was Dijun. Just as Feng Zichen had guessed, Dijun was clearly not in good condition. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his aura was much weaker. It was difficult to compare him to his peak state. Kill. Before Feng Zichen could make a move, Dijun, who was not in good condition, had already charged forward. The great sun limitless path appeared on his body and pulled everything around him into the limitless state, turning it into a mass of chaotic matter. Feng Zichen, on the other hand, was operating the Hongmeng path with all his strength, returning everything to Hongmeng. Even the chaotic and limitless matter could not escape the assimilation of Hongmeng, and gradually became a part of Hongmeng's qi. The battle lasted for about the time it took for an incense stick to burn. In the end, Dijun's Great Sun Limitless path was no match for Feng Zichen's path of Hongmeng. His body was torn apart and turned into innate qi that dissipated. Haha. Brother Ziwei, you fell into my trap. Before he died, Dijun laughed loudly. This body was actually his incarnation. The great sun that had just escaped was his true body. Dijun knew that after Feng Zichen left, he would definitely ambush him outside. There was no reason for it. If it were him, he would have done the same. Therefore, he knew that he could not leave the underground and return to the surface without any precautions. Otherwise, what awaited him would be Feng Zichen's thunderous attack. However, Dijun thought about it for a long time, and could not come up with a good idea. In the end, he decided to take a risk. He would leave with his true body disguised as his incarnation, and his incarnation would leave after his true body to mislead Feng Zichen. Dijun originally had an attitude of giving it a try. He did not expect that Feng Zichen would really fall into his trap, and only send an incarnation to deal with his true body. In this round, Dijun's skills were better. However, was the outcome really so? Seeing Dijun's incarnation dissipate smugly, Feng Zichen could not help but shake his head and sigh. Sigh, what's fake is real, and what's real is fake. Brother Dijun, you really have good methods. You actually deceived me. However, my incarnation's combat power is no different from my true body's. My incarnation is equivalent to another me. The Grand Pure One had the Three Pure Ones technique, and could create 3 incarnations with the same combat power as him. This mystical ability could be said to be extremely heaven-defying. There were many cultivation techniques that could create incarnations in the primordial world. Basically, every great divine ability expert knew one. However, it was very rare for an incarnation like the Grand Pure One to have the same combat strength as his main body, let alone 3 at once. It was basically the only one in the primordial world. No one knew how the Grand Pure One came up with it. Feng Zichen had been coveting this mystical ability for a long time. Therefore, he had deduced for many years and developed such a mystical ability. However, although Feng Zichen's mystical ability could also create an incarnation with the same combat power as his true body, the number of incarnations he could create was 1 less than the Grand Pure One's 3 Pure Ones. The other party could create 3, but he could only create 2. There were 2 states of Hongmeng's qi. One was the state of Hongmeng, the beginning of everything. The other was the state of giving birth to everything and being everywhere. Based on these 2 changes, Feng Zichen created 2 incarnations with the same combat power as his true body. And the clones he had sent out were these 2. So what if he fell for it? Dijun still could not escape from his grasp. It was also because Dijun had fallen for too long. The times had changed several times, and he could not keep up with the times. The world was regressing, but those with great mystical abilities were constantly improving. The mystical abilities had become much more mysterious than during the Lich Demon era. Dijun did not understand the situation, so it was normal for him to be defeated by Feng Zichen. Outside the Fall Mountains, Emperor Jun looked at Feng Zichen, who was besieging him, in disbelief. At this moment, Feng Zichen's strength was 30% stronger than when he faced the primordial fiend Celestial. This meant that he did not use his full strength at that time. Feng Zichen was cautious by nature and never revealed his full strength in front of others. He would always keep a trump card for emergencies. Those who had seen Feng Zichen's full strength were all dead. When he fought with the primordial fiend Celestial, Dijun was beside him. How could Feng Zichen use his full strength? At this moment, in order to deal with Dijun, he used his full strength. Feng Zichen, who used his full strength, was stronger than Dijun. Not to mention, there were 2 Feng Zichen. In addition, Dijun was not in a good state. Naturally, he was beaten back and fell into a disadvantage. Soon Dijun was seriously injured by the 2 Feng Zichen. It was also at this moment that Feng Zichen's original body rushed over after dealing with Di Jun's incarnation. "Brother Di Jun, I'm here to send you on your way," Feng Zichen shouted from afar. Di Jun could not defeat one Feng Zichen, let alone 3 Feng Zichen. If they really fought, Di Jun felt that Shiha was already waving at him. "Ziwei, you're ruthless. Poor Wei lost this round, but don't be too proud. It's a small world, and we'll regret it someday. Poor Wei will not lose the next round." Di Jun was also a decisive person. Seeing that the situation was not good for him, he did not hesitate and directly killed himself and gave up on this body. This body was, of course, not Di Jun's original body. It was the reincarnation that he had high hopes for. Although it was a pity to give it up now, after all, it was not easy to cultivate to the level of the half-step Taoist priests. But if he gave it up now, he could protect his innate true spirit and would not fall into the hands of Feng Zichen. In this way, it was not too much of a pity. After all, it was just an incarnation. Even if it was a reincarnation, it was not as important as his own innate true spirit. Good fellow, this Di Jun is also a ruthless person. Feng Zichen couldn't help but click his tongue as he looked at Di Jun's incarnation that was transforming into the Tao in front of him and returning to the world. What was decisive? This was it. In order not to leave anything behind for Feng Zichen, Di Jun chose to transform into the Tao and return to the world. In this way, all of his things returned to the world, leaving nothing behind for Feng Zichen. However, Feng Zichen did not care about Di Jun's things. What he cared about was Di Jun as a person. As long as Di Jun left, everything would be fine. Feng Zichen waited for a while. After confirming that Di Jun had completely returned to the world, he carefully searched the ancient baron's continent several times. He only felt relieved when he could not find any traces of Di Jun. With Di Jun gone, the following matters were much simpler. Feng Zichen could also deal with the primordial demon god with peace of mind. With a flash, Feng Zichen once again appeared outside the Fallen Dragon mountain range. However, this time he did not rashly go underground. Instead, with the Fallen Dragon mountain range as the center, he set up a peerless array that sealed the sky and locked the earth, cutting off all the spiritual energy and earth veins in the Fallen Dragon mountain range. As soon as the sealed sky and locked earth array was completed, the spiritual energy in the Fallen Dragon mountain range disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power of the earth veins was also constantly dispersing. Not only that, but the vitality contained in the Fallen Dragon mountain range was also rapidly fading. It did not take long for the huge Fallen Dragon mountain range, which used to be the top cultivation treasure of the ancient Baron's continent, to be completely abandoned. It had become a dead end with no vitality and no spiritual energy. Feng Zichen was taking drastic measures to deal with the situation. If the primordial demon god wanted to be resurrected, he would need a large amount of vitality. In particular, he had just fought a bloody battle with Di Jun. The vitality that he had accumulated with great difficulty would definitely be consumed. At this time, he would need a large amount of vitality and spiritual energy to make up for his consumption. However, at this time, Feng Zichen used the sealed sky and locked earth array to forcefully extinguish the spiritual energy and vitality of the Fallen Dragon mountain range, turning it into a dead end. As a result, the primordial demon god could not absorb any energy to make up for his consumption. He was also unable to gather vitality to revive himself. Without replenishment, the primordial demon god was bound to become weaker and weaker. At this time, there were only 2 paths in front of him. One was to silently wait for death, and the other was to rush out of the Fallen Dragon mountain range and fight with all his might. Of these 2 options, the first was certain death, and the other was a glimmer of hope. Everyone knew which one to choose. The primordial demon god would naturally choose the second option, which was to rush out of the Fallen Dragon mountain range and fight to the death. As for Feng Zichen, he was waiting for the primordial demon god to come out. "Your Majesty, the experts on our side have all gathered. We await your Majesty's orders on what to do next." Outside the Fallen Dragon mountain range, countless experts gathered towards Feng Zichen. All these years, Feng Zichen did not waste his time in the ancient Baron's mainland. He relied on his powerful charisma, unparalleled strength, knowledge that far exceeded the common people, and noble character. Soon Feng Zichen unified the human race and established a country that integrated political power. When the human dynasty was established, the fate of the human race condensed and turned into the golden dragon of luck. This allowed the ruler of the dynasty to control the dragon energy of the people Tao, which was the supreme power. As a result, the human race's strength increased greatly and began to enter the stage of conquering the other races and dominating the ancient barons' mainland. Chapter 888. If it weren't for Di Jun's interference, Feng Zichen would have unified the ancient barons' mainland long ago. He would have absorbed the fate energy of this land and obtained power comparable to the innate Taoist priests. Unfortunately, just as Feng Zichen consolidated the forces of the human race, Di Jun had already become the ruler of the demon race. After that, the human race attacked the myriad races in an attempt to seize the right to rule the ancient barons' mainland. Di Jun led the myriad races' experts to resist desperately, giving Feng Zichen a hard time. However, things were good now. Di Jun was forced to die by Feng Zichen. The fate energy that belonged to him was now slowly transferring to Feng Zichen. It wouldn't be long before Feng Zichen could absorb the fate energy of the ancient barons' mainland and obtain power comparable to the innate Taoist priests. By then, the primordial demon god would no longer be a threat. Pass down my order. Draw the power of the ancient barons' mainland's ley line at all costs and gather it all at the fallen Dragon Mountain range. Looking at the experts beside him, Feng Zichen ordered. He wanted to use the ley line's power to set up a formation and evolve the projection of Mount Buzhou to kill the primordial demon god. To be honest, the primordial demon god's realm was much higher than Feng Zichen's. It was so high that even if Feng Zichen could destroy the primordial demon god's incarnation, he couldn't be sure if he had really killed him. After all, the primordial demon god's understanding of the great Tao was far higher than Feng Zichen's. Feng Zichen might not be able to see through his methods. However, the primordial demon god had to be killed. For this reason, Feng Zichen thought about it and decided to borrow Penga's power to kill the primordial demon god. He might not be able to kill the primordial demon god with his strength, but Penga definitely could. It just so happened that Feng Zichen had a divine ability called the Buzhou Dao Seal. Once he mastered it, he could condense a projection of Mount Buzhou that could suppress all forces. However, no matter how powerful this divine skill was, Feng Zichen's incarnation as a half-step Taoist priest might not be able to exert much of its power to kill the primordial demon god. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to first draw in all the power of the ley lines in the ancient barons' mainland. Then, he would use the power of the ley lines to cast the Buzhou seal to suppress the ancient demon celestial. The power of the earth veins in the entire ancient barons' mainland was more than enough to suppress an innate Taoist priest. Combined with the ethereal Dao seal, even a quasi-sage would have a hard time escaping. It was more than enough to suppress the primordial demon god. After waiting for a few more days, Feng Zichen's subordinates finally drew in all the ley lines in the ancient barons' mainland. At the same time, the providence that had gathered on Di Jun had been transferred to Feng Zichen. With the providence of the ancient barons' mainland, Feng Zichen's strength had increased tremendously. He had truly stepped into the realm of the innate Taoist priests and became a powerful figure. All of you can leave now. Feng Zichen was afraid that these experts would be affected by the battle between him and the primordial demon god if they continued to stay here. Therefore, he asked them to leave first. Then, Feng Zichen's body swayed and transformed into two incarnations. They stayed on the spot to draw in the ley lines and set up the array. His original body went underground again to try to hold the primordial demon god back. It would take time to integrate the ley lines. During this time, if the primordial demon god sensed that something was wrong and wanted to sneak away, Feng Zichen might not be able to stop him. Therefore, Feng Zichen was determined to go underground personally to hold the primordial demon god back and not let him leave. He wanted to buy time for his incarnations to integrate the ley lines. Boom. Feng Zichen had just arrived underground. Before he could do anything, the primordial demon god, who had been lurking for a long time, had already charged towards him. "Lowly ant, how dare you provoke me again and again? You deserve to die." The moment the voice was heard, several powerful dragon auras turned into long whips and lashed towards Feng Zichen. Long whips. This superpower could no longer be described as simple. It could only be described as crude. However, such a crude superpower was extremely powerful. Even though Feng Zichen had the strength of the Taoist priests, he did not dare to take it head-on. Is this the strength of the overlord of the chaos demon gods? He's truly achieved the simplicity of the great Tao. It's clearly just an ordinary long whip, but it seems to contain thousands of variations. It feels more dangerous and powerful than any other superpower. Feng Zichen sighed as he dodged the superpower. However, after dodging a few times, the long whip seemed to have locked onto Feng Zichen. No matter how he dodged, he could not escape. Wisps of Hongmeng aura fell, and formed a purple Dao bell around Feng Zichen. The long whip struck the Dao bell with a loud clang, but it did not break through Feng Zichen's defense. However, in the next moment, even more whips lashed out, striking the purple Dao bell one after another. Clang, clang, clang. Very soon, tiny cracks appeared on Dao bell's body, and they continued to expand. Seeing this, Feng Zichen made a prompt decision and detonated the purple Dao bell. In an instant, boundless Yuan Meng Qi surged out and violently collided with the long whip that was swinging over. Both were destroyed at the same time. At the same time, Feng Zichen's figure flashed, and the Hongmeng sword that had already been reassembled appeared in his hand. He arrived in front of the primordial demon god, and viciously pierced the space between his eyebrows. There was a sword mark in the space between the primordial demon god's eyebrows. It was left by Feng Zichen. The primordial demon god was still in a state of death. In other words, before he was resurrected, the injuries on his body would not be healed. Therefore, the sword mark that Feng Zichen left on the primordial demon god's forehead would not heal in a short period of time. This was also the primordial demon god's weakness. An even stronger sword light than before shot out from Feng Zichen's hand, and pierced towards the sword mark in the space between the primordial demon god's eyebrows. At this time the primordial demon god roared, "Ant, how dare you!" Feng Zichen's speed was so fast that the primordial demon god did not even have time to react before he appeared beside him. Or rather, the primordial demon god did not react on purpose, and allowed Feng Zichen to come to his side. The primordial fiend celestial didn't even try to dodge. He completely ignored the sword light, and allowed it to sink into his forehead before disappearing without a trace. Not good. Seeing this, Feng Zichen knew that something was wrong and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. A faint light that seemed to merge with the void silently shot towards Feng Zichen. Recognizing that the faint light was the primordial demon god's remaining chaotic true spirit, Feng Zichen did not dare to be careless and quickly pushed his strength to the limit. Rumble! Boundless Hongmeng energy gushed out from Feng Zichen's body, and turned into a large purple bell that blocked in front of him. However, he did not expect that the wisp of dim light would shatter the primordial chaos Dao bell, with just a light collision. The next moment, the Hongmeng energy on Feng Zichen's body changed again, and turned into a purple vortex that emitted a powerful suction force. It was as if it wanted to assimilate everything and return the world to Hongmeng. This primordial demon god wants to possess me. At this time, Feng Zichen also realized that the primordial demon god wanted to possess him. Indeed, possessing Feng Zichen was the best choice for the primordial demon god. He had been injured by Dijun and Feng Zichen, and more than half of the vitality that he had accumulated with great difficulty was destroyed by the two of them. Now the primordial demon god had been hit by Feng Zichen's sword, and his last remaining vitality had been completely destroyed. There was no hope for him to be resurrected. Therefore, the primordial demon god's vitality had been destroyed, and there was no hope for him to be resurrected. If he wanted to return to this world, possessing Feng Zichen was the best choice. Ant, merge with me and become a part of me. This will be the greatest honor of your life. The primordial demon god's tempting voice came from the faint light. Then, the faint light's speed increased again, and it directly crossed the void and appeared in front of Feng Zichen. Around Feng Zichen, The vortex formed by the aura of Hongmeng did not affect the primordial demon god in the slightest. No, it was not that it did not affect the primordial demon god. In Feng Zichen's perception, the primordial demon god that appeared in front of him was much weaker than before. Obviously, the primordial demon god had paid a heavy price in order to break through the seal of the Hongmeng vortex. Whoosh! Silently, the Hongmeng sword swept across the void and slashed at the primordial demon god in front of Feng Zichen. "Brat, your body is mine now," said Yi Futian. The primordial demon god was a decisive person, and knew that he could not retreat at this time. Therefore, he charged into Feng Zichen's consciousness at the cost of being hit by the Hongmeng sword. Hongmeng! 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 The moment the primordial demon god charged into his consciousness, Feng Zichen knew that something was wrong, and did not dare to hesitate. He immediately visualized Hongmeng in his consciousness. In an instant, Feng Zichen's consciousness became as empty as Hongmeng. There was no time, no space, no up, down, left, right, or anything else. All that was left was a boundless purple. Hongmeng. I didn't expect that in the future there would be someone who could cultivate the Tao of Hongmeng. What an amazing creation. It's a pity that your strength is still too low. If you cultivate to the creation realm, with the aura of Hongmeng in your consciousness, even if you can't refine me, you can still drive me out of your consciousness. What a pity, what a pity, you're only in the Daoyuo realm. This good fortune is destined to benefit me. After pretending to sigh with emotion, the primordial demon god raised his hand, and was about to use his divine power to break Feng Zichen's Hongmeng aura. But before he could make a move, Feng Zichen's two avatars on the ground finally integrated all the power of the ley lines, twisted it into one, and blasted it towards the fallen Dragon Mountain range. Underground, Feng Zichen sensed it and directly dispersed the aura of Hongmeng, and turned to visualize Mount Buzhou. In an instant, Feng Zichen's consciousness changed. The aura of Hongmeng that filled the sky disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, and was replaced by a towering ancient sacred mountain. Pengu. Mount Buzhou. As Penga's mortal enemy, the primordial demon god recognized Mount Buzhou. Therefore, the moment he saw Mount Buzhou, he said the name of this mountain. Then, a bad premonition came over him. Without thinking, the primordial demon god wanted to retreat and leave Feng Zichen's consciousness. But it was too late. The aura of the ley lines that blasted towards the fallen Dragon Mountain range began to condense the moment it sensed Mount Buzhou's Taoist rhymes. In an instant, it turned into a huge mountain, which was somewhat similar to Mount Buzhou. It emitted an aura that suppressed everything and smashed heavily towards the fallen Dragon Mountain range. Rumble. With a shocking roar, Feng Zichen and the primordial demon god in his consciousness were suppressed by the aura of Mount Buzhou. They could not move and lost all consciousness. After an unknown period of time, everything calmed down. The original location of the fallen Dragon Mountain range had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by an immemorial sacred mountain that towered into the sky. An ancient aura exuded from its body, as if it was telling a story of ancient history. This mountain was Mount Buzhou, which was formed by combining the aura of the ley lines of the entire ancient Baron's mainland. It had the ability to suppress the earth and stabilize the ley lines. When this mountain was born, it became the center of the ancient Baron's mainland, and also the location of its ancestral ley lines. Feng Zichen and the primordial demon god were suppressed under this mountain, and completely lost consciousness. When the sacred mountain was completely formed, Feng Zichen's two avatars quietly disintegrated, and turned into two clouds of Hongmeng aura. They disappeared under the mountain, and surged towards Feng Zichen. With the return of the avatars, Feng Zichen regained consciousness. Then he saw that his entire body, whether it was his physical body or his true spirit, had turned into wisps of Hongmeng aura. They flowed down Mount Buzhou like water. As for the primordial demon god, he left him where he was. How dare you steal my body? If you didn't steal my body, I wouldn't have had the confidence to capture you alive. I didn't expect that you would choose to steal my body, which gave me a chance to suppress you. After reforming his body, Feng Zichen looked at the suppressed primordial demon god with a smile on his face. What a pleasant surprise. Feng Zichen's plan from the beginning was to kill the primordial demon god to prevent future troubles. It wasn't that he didn't want to capture the primordial demon god alive, but he didn't have the confidence to do so. Killing the primordial demon god would definitely be easier than capturing him alive. Therefore, to prevent more trouble, Feng Zichen decided to kill the primordial demon god. Then he really didn't expect that the primordial demonic god would choose to possess him. That gave Feng Zichen a chance to suppress him and capture him alive. Great! Looking at the suppressed primordial demon god, Feng Zichen was very excited. If the primordial demon god was dead, it would be troublesome for him to find out what was special about this place. However, since the primordial demon god wasn't dead, Feng Zichen had a way to find out the primordial demon god's purpose in coming here from his memories. Or rather, what was so special about the ancient Baron's continent that attracted the primordial demon god's attention? Not in a hurry to find out the primordial demon god's secret, Feng Zichen retracted his gaze and looked at the primordial demon god's physical body. P.S. What an unlucky day. My pants are useless and I lost $70. Chapter 889. With the blessing of luck, Feng Zichen's strength was comparable to the Khanate Taoist priests. But in fact, his realm was still that of a half-step Taoist priests. But soon, that would no longer be the case. As long as he refined the body of the primordial demon god, Feng Zichen would be able to prove his Tao and achieve the realm of the Daoyuo Taoist priests. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen no longer hesitated. Hongmeng Qi surged out from his body and condensed into a giant purple cauldron. It swallowed the primordial demon god's body and slowly refined it. In a flash, 10 years had passed. On this day, the giant purple cauldron in front of Feng Zichen suddenly exploded and turned back into Hongmeng Qi. It flowed back into his body. However, this Hongmeng Qi was stronger than before in terms of quantity and quality. The primordial demon god's body had been assimilated by this Hongmeng Qi, so its quality was better. It became the resource for Feng Zichen to advance to the Khanate Taoist priests. Rumble! As the Hongmeng Qi flowed back, Feng Zichen's aura skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't take long for him to break through the boundary of the Tao Lord level and reach the level of the Taoist priests. Because it was a recultivation, Feng Zichen didn't need to transcend the long river of fate. He only needed to reach a certain realm, and he could naturally break through. As for the 3 tribulations of Tao affirmation, they didn't exist. Other than Feng Zichen, no one had heard of anyone cultivating the Tao of Hongmeng. Naturally, there was no tribulations of Tao affirmation. Boom! An extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from Feng Zichen's body. In an instant, it swept across the entire ancient Baron's continent. However, before the experts could find the source of this aura, Feng Zichen had already restrained all of his aura and became ordinary again. He had attained the Tao. Just like that, Feng Zichen became a Khanate Taoist priests. After becoming stronger, Feng Zichen finally had the confidence to find out the primordial demon god's purpose. Primordial demon god, let me see what your purpose is for coming to the ancient Baron's continent at all costs. As he spoke, Feng Zichen had already arrived in front of the primordial demon god and was ready to use a secret technique to spy on his secrets. At this moment, the primordial demonic celestial was suppressed by the Buzhou mountain formed by the power of the ancient Baron's mainland. He had completely lost his senses of the outside world. It could be said that no matter what Feng Zichen did, the primordial demon god was the primordial demon god couldn't sense. But in order to be safe, Feng Zichen first used the primordial qi to weaken the primordial Fian celestial's true spirit until it was as thin as a gossamer. Only then did Feng Zichen stop. Appear. In front of the primordial demon god's true spirit, Feng Zichen formed a seal with his hands. The Hongmeng's qi surged and condensed into a purple mirror in front of him. This was the Hongmeng treasure mirror, Feng Zichen's self-created superpower. The mirror's light was faint and traced back to the origin. It could reflect the past, present, and future. It could reflect everything in the world. Whoosh! The Hongmeng treasure mirror emitted a purple Tao light and slowly sank into the primordial demon god's true spirit. Immediately, All of the primordial demon god's memories after he came to the three realms were clearly reflected and presented one by one in the Hongmeng treasure mirror. However, Feng Zichen looked at the primordial demon god's memories several times. He couldn't find his purpose in coming to the ancient Baron's continent. It was as if he had really entered this place by mistake. How is this possible? How can there be nothing? After looking at it a few more times, Feng Zichen still couldn't find anything. Good, very good. The ancient Baron's continent indeed has a huge secret. It's so big that even the primordial demon god has to be extremely cautious. He didn't dare to leave behind any memories related to this matter in his mind. Feng Zichen certainly didn't think that the primordial demon god had really entered this place by mistake. In that case, there was indeed no memory related to this matter in his memories. Then there was only one possibility left. To prevent the secret of the ancient Baron's continent from being leaked, the primordial demon god had personally killed this incarnation. Thus, the incarnation had memories of the ancient Baron's continent's secrets. However, the primordial demon god had suddenly descended into the untainted land and preached in the name of Pangu. Although he was killed by the heavenly Tao, he had attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the heavenly Tao had secretly used some means to lure Feng Zichen and Di Jun here at the same time. It planned to use the two of them to investigate the primordial demon god's purpose in coming here. That's quite vigilant. Feng Zichen sighed as he retracted his supernatural power. The primordial demon god had his original body in the great chaos outside the realm. Therefore, even if the memory of this incarnation was destroyed, it didn't have any effect. As long as he could get in touch with the original body, he could restore the memory that was destroyed at any time. However, by doing so, he had cut off the possibility of outsiders prying into the secrets of this place from his memory. However, nothing was absolute. Although the primordial demon god was vigilant, Feng Zichen could still peek into some clues from his actions. For example, after reading the memories of the primordial demon god, Feng Zichen knew that the cultivation method of the ancient Baron's continent was actually passed down by the primordial demon god. Therefore, as a chaos demon god, why would the primordial demon god pass down the cultivation method to the untainted land creatures in the ancient Baron's continent? What was his purpose in doing so? Feng Zichen didn't know about this, but this didn't stop him from finishing what the primordial demon god failed to do. The primordial demon god inexplicably passed down the Tao here for no reason. Then, thinking about it carefully, the only thing that could make the primordial demon god do this was probably related to the secrets of this place. Although Feng Zichen didn't know why the primordial demon god did this, he could imitate him and continue to pass down the Tao in the ancient Baron's continent. In the memories of the primordial demon god, he had just passed down the cultivation method. Before it could take root and sprout, it attracted the attention of the heavenly axiom and was killed by the apocalyptic light of calamity. In other words, no matter what the primordial demon god's purpose of passing down the Tao was, he didn't succeed. Now Feng Zichen was going to do what the primordial demon god had done before. Perhaps he could find the purpose of the primordial demon god. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen didn't hesitate anymore. He first added another seal on the primordial demon god's true spirit before leaving this place. The first thing Feng Zichen did after becoming the Khanate Taoist priest was to use his great powers and supernatural powers to distort the cognition of all living beings in the ancient Baron's continent. He changed the name of the ancient Baron's continent to the Hongmeng continent. He also changed the name of the preacher from the primordial demon god to Hongmeng. As such, the history of the ancient Baron's continent was completely changed. Countless years ago, the three realms were born. There was the heavenly realm in the sky, the netherworld realm on the ground, and the human realm in between. The human realm had the 5 major continents as the main body. It was vast and boundless, and the spiritual energy was abnormally dense. It was a holy land for cultivation. In addition to the 5 major continents, there were many small islands floating in the vast ocean. The Hongmeng continent was one of these countless small islands. Originally, the Hongmeng continent didn't have a name. The living beings here were ignorant and didn't know any cultivation methods. But one day, a powerhouse called the Hongmeng Taoist priests crossed the ocean and arrived. The Taoist priest saw that the living beings here were ignorant and didn't know the true meaning of cultivation. He couldn't bear to see them like this. Therefore, he passed down cultivation methods and taught countless living beings. As such, a cultivation civilization was born. In order to thank the Hongmeng Taoist priests for preaching, the living beings here named the land under their feet after the Hongmeng Taoist priests. They called it the Hongmeng continent. Yes, it was completely reasonable. Was this Feng Zichen's new history of the Hongmeng continent? As for the primordial demon god, who was he? He had never appeared, nor was he heard of. Altering history and distorting cognition. This was the Khanate Taoist priests. He had endless power. Just like that, Feng Zichen completely replaced the primordial demon god and erased all information about him. This was also the reason why Pangu suppressed the river of time and space. If he didn't suppress the river of time and space, he would have allowed the Taoist priests to play with time, alter history, and distort cognition. After that, how could new Khanate Taoist priests be born? The Khanate Taoist priests in front of him could easily block the path of advancement for the powerhouses of later generations with a simple move of his finger. The entire eldritch world would be in a complete mess and become the playground of the Khanate Taoist priests. The power of the Taoist priests was too terrifying. If it wasn't restrained, it would inevitably lead to chaos. After changing the history of the ancient Barons continent, Feng Zichen, the Hongmeng Taoist priests, began to perform his duties. That was to preach. Since it was clearly recorded in the history of the Hongmeng continent that the Hongmeng Taoist priests had preached in the Hongmeng continent, Feng Zichen had to prove this point and preach for the people of the Hongmeng continent. Hongmeng Mountain. It was also Mount Buzhou that suppressed the primordial demon god. Feng Zichen named it Hongmeng Mountain and released the news that he would preach there. Anyone who was fated could listen. When the people of the Hongmeng continent heard this, they were first shocked and then overjoyed. No matter where they were, they all moved and rushed towards Hongmeng Mountain. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. The Hongmeng continent wasn't too big. 3,000 years was enough for Feng Zichen to spread his Tao to every corner of the continent. As such, Feng Zichen could be considered to have completed what the primordial demon god failed to do. Then, just as Feng Zichen expected, he really felt that something was wrong in the Hongmeng continent. Somewhere in the void of the Hongmeng continent, there seemed to be something hidden. There was an extremely slight fluctuation. If Feng Zichen hadn't completely grasped everything in the Hongmeng continent and caused the fate of this place to change and expose this place, he might not have noticed this slight fluctuation. In fact, this fluctuation only appeared for a short moment. As the fate of the Hongmeng continent calmed down, this fluctuation also disappeared. After that, no matter how Feng Zichen shook the fate of the Hongmeng continent, he couldn't make this slight fluctuation appear again. If he didn't know that he couldn't be wrong, Feng Zichen would have thought that it was just an illusion. After many fruitless experiments, Feng Zichen also confirmed that the secret hidden in the Hongmeng continent should be related to this place. The primordial demon god was also looking for this place. If it was hidden so deeply, what else could it be other than this secret? After understanding all this, Feng Zichen followed the memory in his mind and began to search for the source of the fluctuation. After searching for half a day in the Hongmeng continent, Feng Zichen finally locked onto a void. If he remembered correctly, the slight fluctuation that he had sensed before came from this void. However, Feng Zichen used his divine thoughts to repeatedly explore this void several times, but he couldn't find anything wrong. As expected of a secret that even the primordial demon god was interested in, he didn't hesitate to take the risk to find it. This place is indeed extraordinary. Although Feng Zichen was a little disappointed that he couldn't find it, he was more excited. Again, the deeper it was hidden, the higher the value of the things involved behind it. As you wish. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen suddenly made a move and stirred the void into pieces. Then his divine thoughts searched for the source of the fluctuation in these spatial cracks one by one. However, the result undoubtedly disappointed Feng Zichen. He searched all the spatial cracks, but he couldn't find anything wrong. Feeling helpless, Feng Zichen released the power in his hands. The magical power that he used was no longer smashing the void into pieces, but completely shattering it into nothingness. However, even so, Feng Zichen still couldn't find anything wrong. Interesting. After standing quietly in front of this void for several months, and waiting for it to completely recover, Feng Zichen didn't destroy this void. Instead, he used a secret method to communicate with the Tree of World, and attracted one of its roots. Exploring the void was the best in the world. In this aspect, no one in the untainted land was more professional than the Tree of World. It could be said that if the Tree of World couldn't find anything wrong with this void, then Feng Zichen should give up as soon as possible. Buzz, 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 the roots of the Tree of World quietly poked out of the void and emitted an inexplicable fluctuation, constantly resonating with the void here. Seeing this, Feng Zichen's heart moved. He separated a wisp of divine thoughts and integrated it into the roots of the Tree of World, spreading out with its power. After integrating with the roots of the Tree of World, Feng Zichen instantly had a different experience. Layers of the void unfolded in front of his eyes, extremely mysterious. Then, Feng Zichen found that the power of the Tree of World was constantly spreading into the depths of the void. This depth was deeper than Feng Zichen had imagined. It was a depth of the void that even he couldn't reach. Therefore, at this time Feng Zichen was shocked. How is this possible? Is the void of the untainted land so deep? Why didn't I know? As the second master in the untainted land, Feng Zichen believed that he knew the untainted land well. Although the void was boundless, in general, there were only 49 layers. Moreover, the deeper one went into the void, the closer one was to the way of heaven. Once one entered the 49th layer of the void, one could even face the way of heaven directly. However, at the same time, the more layers there were in the void, the more dangerous it was. Even someone as strong as the Khanate Taoist priests could only enter the 36th layer of the void. If he went deeper, his life would be in danger. As for the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, he could only enter the 45th layer of the void. If he went deeper, he might be assimilated by the way of heaven. As for Feng Zichen, his original body could barely enter the 49th layer of the void and face the way of heaven directly. Chapter 890. However, even great Emperor Ziwei could not stay in the 49th void for too long. If he stayed for too long, he would be summoned by the heavenly path, and become a part of the heavenly path. The 49th void formed the entirety of the void of the untainted land. The so-called three realms had always been in these 49th void. However, now, under the guidance of the world tree's roots, Feng Zichen was constantly going deeper into the void. He had already surpassed the 49th void, and arrived at a deeper void. However, how was this possible? There were only 49 voids in the untainted land. This was already the limit. One could directly face the heavenly path. How could there be a deeper void than this? No one answered Feng Zichen's question. The roots of the world tree seemed to have sensed something, and continued to go deeper into the void. It was also at this moment that Feng Zichen realized that he might no longer be in the untainted land but somewhere else. There were only 49 voids in the untainted land. Beyond this level, it could only mean that Feng Zichen had already left the untainted land. So where was this place? What was chaos? It meant that all things had not been born, and yin and yang had not been separated. It was chaos. There was no up and down, no past and present. In other words, the great chaos outside the realm was chaos. There was no passage of time and space at all. Right now, Feng Zichen was still continuing to go deeper into the void. It could be seen that he was not in the great chaos outside the realm. After thinking for a long time, Feng Zichen still could not figure it out. So he simply stopped thinking about it. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. As long as he reached the place, all his doubts at this time would be solved. Time passed bit by bit. Feng Zichen also followed the roots of the world tree, and continued to go deeper into the void. At first, Feng Zichen could still see traces of the power of the void. But later, even the power of the void began to thin. In the end, Feng Zichen saw nothing but nothingness. Nothing existed. After an unknown period of time, At a certain moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of Feng Zichen's eyes. At the same time his heart throbbed inexplicably. It was as if at the end of the light, in a mysterious and unknown place, there was something that he was very familiar with. Familiar? Why did it feel so familiar? This place was far beyond the 49 voids. It was a place that Feng Zichen had never touched. Why would there be people or things that he was familiar with? Doubt. He was greatly puzzled. It rose from Feng Zichen's heart. Almost instinctively, Feng Zichen kept moving closer to the light. That place could answer all his questions. Boom. When Feng Zichen touched the ray of light, his mind seemed to explode, and he fell into a trance. Then, a vast and magnificent world slowly opened up in front of Feng Zichen. The vastness of that world gave Feng Zichen a feeling that it was not inferior to the heaven realm. However, this world seemed to be broken. The rules were incomplete, and it was difficult to give birth to the existence of the primordial chaos realm. Moreover, this world was filled with an aura of decay and end. It was as if this world had experienced the end of the world, and had reached the end of the world. However, for some unknown reason, this world did not completely go to destruction and was unexpectedly preserved. However, although the world was not completely destroyed, the aura of the end of the universe and the decay of all things did not disappear. Under this influence, many unknown variables were born in this broken world. For example, the aura of decay did not have much effect on mortals and low-level cultivators. However, for existences of higher realms, such as the Tao Lord and the Taoist priests, the impact was great. During the process of cultivation, one had to be careful at all times. One must not attract the aura of decay into one's body. Otherwise, one's great Tao would be polluted and one would be seriously injured. In serious cases, one's great Tao would decay and one would directly die. As for existences above the Taoist priests, such as the Great Divinity and the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, they were really finished. Even if they did not take the initiative to cultivate, the aura of decay and decay would take the initiative to find them and constantly corrode their great Tao, causing them to walk towards destruction. Fortunately, this world did not have the conditions to give birth to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Otherwise, they would be corroded to death by the aura of decay sooner or later. How aggrieved would they be to die? In short, in this world, the stronger one was, the faster one would die. On the other hand, low-level cultivators were completely unaffected. The aura of decay and decay that filled this world came from an unknown origin. Its power was frightening. Feng Zichen did not come into contact with them. He just glanced at them from afar and felt a sense of fear. It was as if he was contaminated by the aura of decay, he would die. It would not be a long sleep, but a true death. All traces would be completely erased, and he would not be able to be resurrected. This was not an illusion. Feng Zichen's premonition told him so. Good Lord, even the Daoyuo Taoist priests could be completely killed. The quality of this aura of decay was so high that it was a little scary. Feng Zichen even suspected that this aura of decay could even completely kill the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. This was a little scary. Feng Zichen was not surprised that it could kill the primordial Taoist priests. After all, the primordial Taoist priests were said to be immortal, but in the end, the immortality of the Taoist priests was only based on heaven and earth. If heaven and earth were completely destroyed, the primordial Taoist priests would also die. Only the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, who had transcended above, could live forever. Therefore, Feng Zichen was not surprised that the primordial Taoist priests had completely fallen. However, the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was one with the primordial chaos. He had transcended above, and had reached the true immortal realm. How could he fall? Even the great god Pangu could make a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian unable to be resurrected, but he could not make a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian truly die. For the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, there was no concept of life and death. The two had long been mixed into one. Since there was no life and death, how could there be death? However, the strange thing was that the aura of decay gave Feng Zichen the feeling that it could make the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian completely die. It was really strange. Puzzled, Feng Zichen tried to release his spiritual sense and tried to come into contact with this world. He wanted to see why this world was not destroyed. That aura of decay could even kill the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, which showed how terrifying it was. Even so, the world before Feng Zichen's eyes was filled with this kind of destructive power, but it was not destroyed. Instead, it existed perfectly fine. This situation gave Feng Zichen a feeling that it was even stranger than the aura of decay that could kill the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. It did not make sense. Since that power could kill the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, its quality must be extremely high. Destroying a world was not easy. It could be done easily. After all, destroying a world was much easier than killing the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. However, the current situation was that under that destructive power, the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian had died, but the world was safe and sound. This meant that there was a power that Feng Zichen could not see that was protecting this world, so that it was not affected by the aura of decay and was completely destroyed. Even the power that was enough to kill the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian could not do anything to that power. This meant that the power that protected this world must be terrifyingly strong. It was a power that Feng Zichen could not understand. Therefore, Feng Zichen wanted to see where this power came from. If he could get his hands on it, it might bring him unimaginable fortune. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's spiritual sense quietly swept out and swept toward the nameless world. He carefully bypassed the aura of decay that was wandering in the void. This power was so terrifying that even Feng Zichen did not dare to let it get close to him. Outside the nameless world, Feng Zichen's spiritual sense, with the help of the roots of the world tree, quietly opened a small passage in the boundary wall and entered. At this time, he had to thank the world tree. Without the world tree, even if Feng Zichen found this world, he would not be able to enter. Judging from the current situation of this world, it obviously did not belong to the untainted land. This was because Feng Zichen did not sense any aura related to Pangu in this world. This was a completely unfamiliar world. Even the way the rules operated was completely different from the untainted land. Since this world did not belong to the untainted land, Feng Zichen was an outsider to this world. In layman's terms, Feng Zichen from the outside world was an extraterrestrial demon, and was not welcomed by this world. If he rashly barged in, he would definitely be targeted by the will of this world and expose himself. However, with the world tree, everything was different. The world tree had the ability to communicate with all worlds. No matter which world it was, it would not have any defenses against it. It could easily enter. Thanks to the world tree, Feng Zichen could also silently sneak into this world. After entering this nameless world, Feng Zichen did not wander around. Instead, he released his spiritual sense and tried to communicate with the rules of this world to learn the basic situation of this place. Asking for directions was something that only low-level cultivators would do. Experts would directly communicate with the heavens and earth to obtain the information they wanted. Using the world tree's disguise, Feng Zichen successfully deceived the rules of this world. He began to search for the information he needed from this world. First, it was the origin of this world. He tried to use his supernatural power to look back on the past of this world. Then Feng Zichen discovered that he had failed. This world did not have a past. It was completely destroyed by the aura of the end. Feng Zichen looked back and saw the endless tide of destruction. He was so scared that he did not dare to investigate further, and quickly retreated. Then Feng Zichen tried to check on the native creatures here. This time, he did not encounter any problems and succeeded easily. Then Feng Zichen saw that in this world, there were temples, heavens, hell, and divine mountains. Then, Feng Zichen's expression became strange. Guess what he saw? He actually saw angels, demons, giants, dragons, elves, and a series of races that were both familiar and unfamiliar. Although it was familiar, Feng Zichen had often heard of them in his previous life. Although it was unfamiliar, it was indeed unfamiliar because he had only heard of them but had never really seen them. But at this moment he really saw them. This world is really strange. It's a bit like the mythical world recorded in the Western legends in my previous life. Looking at these familiar and unfamiliar creatures, Feng Zichen's expression became more and more strange. As a curious person, Feng Zichen was naturally curious about whether creatures like angels and elves really existed. Therefore, for a period of time, Feng Zichen had used his supernatural power to check the world of the primitive world, trying to find traces of such creatures. However, the world had been destroyed several times, and Feng Zichen did not find any elves, dragons, or the like. At that time he still felt strange. Why didn't elves exist in the primitive world, but there were legends of them in the future? Then as time passed, Feng Zichen saw similar creatures in some worlds in the realm sea, which solved the doubts in his heart. It turned out that they were not in the primitive world, but in the realm sea. But now Feng Zichen actually saw the creatures of Western mythology in a world far away from the primitive world. He could not help but be surprised. Why would these Western creatures appear in this world? Moreover, what was the origin of this world? This world should have nothing to do with the chaos demon god. Feng Zichen guessed so, because if this world was related to the chaos demon god, the primordial demon god would not spend so much effort to find this place. The primordial demon god was so secretive, which could only mean one thing: the existence of this world was also a secret among the chaos demon gods. He did not want the other chaos demon gods to know about the existence of this world. The primordial demon god wanted to swallow the creation of this world alone. But what was the creation of this world? Feng Zichen guessed that it should be related to the power that protected this world. After all, Feng Zichen had been in this world for a while, and he found that there was nothing else in this world that attracted him except for that mysterious power. A power that could kill a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal was incomparably terrifying. A power that was stronger than this power was undoubtedly more attractive. The primordial demon god should have come for this. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen wished that he could capture the primordial demon god and interrogate him. He must know secrets that others did not know, such as the origin of this world, the creation of this world, and so on. Unfortunately, this kind of thing could only be imagined. If he really appeared in front of the primordial demon god, it would not be him interrogating the primordial demon god, but the primordial demon god interrogating him. Putting away all his thoughts, Feng Zichen continued to investigate the news of this world. Since he had already come here, no matter what secrets there were in this world, he would be able to discover them. It was just a matter of time. After looking at the creatures in this world, Feng Zichen began to look at the cultivation system of this world. It was a different system from the primitive world. How should he put it? Whether it was the primitive world or the chaos demon god, they all believed that almighty power belonged to themselves. However, this world did the opposite and focused too much on external power. Also, the development of the power of faith in this world was far beyond that of the primitive world. However, as he looked at it, Feng Zichen actually saw a cultivation system that should not exist in this world. P.S. Writing while sick. I really do love this book. I can still work so hard for love. Chapter 891. The Way of Gods and Demons. This was the cultivation system created by Feng Zichen himself. How could it be? Puzzled, Feng Zichen continued to look down, and saw three familiar faces. Feng Jie, Jiang Xiong, and Jiang Hui. They were Feng Zichen's three disciples. No wonder I couldn't find them no matter how hard I tried. It turns out that they were here, and left the untainted land long ago. At this time, Feng Zichen's doubts were all solved. He also learned the whereabouts of his three disciples, who were lost in this unknown world. Who is it? Between heaven and earth, there was a sudden roar. Immediately, the power of heaven and earth rolled over like a wave and rushed toward Feng Zichen. It was Feng Zichen who accidentally found the whereabouts of his disciples. Under the agitation of his emotions, there was a flaw and a part of his aura was leaked, which was noticed by the masters in this world. This power? Feng Zichen was about to fight back, but suddenly he realized that the power was far stronger than he had imagined. It was far beyond the level of the primordial Taoist priests, and could almost be compared with the primordial Daluo Jingxian. How could it be? Feng Zichen was shocked. He had just confirmed that the strongest master in this world could only be the primordial Taoist priests. Once he surpassed this level, there was a risk of death. But why was there a master who could almost be compared with the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian in this world? Although he was puzzled, Feng Zichen also knew that it was not the time to seek the answer. Now he was only a wisp of divine thought, which could barely deal with the primordial Taoist priests. But it was impossible for him to fight a master who could be compared with the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian in this state. Feng Zichen's strand of divine thought would be killed in one blow. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen did not hesitate and directly dispersed the divine thought. With the information about this world, he returned to the untainted land and returned to his body with the roots of the tree of world. Rumble! The power of heaven and earth attacked, but it struck empty air. Then several powerful divine senses appeared, searching this realm back and forth, trying to find some clues. However, in the end, they all undoubtedly failed, unable to find anything. Although Feng Zichen's Hongming incarnation was only at the level of the Khanate Taoist priests, it was still very powerful. But he came with the roots of the world tree. The tree of world's cultivation base was comparable to the ninth heaven of primordial chaos experts. Unless one was an expert of the same level, it would be very difficult to detect the traces it left behind. Although there was an expert comparable to primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian in this world, Feng Zichen was certain that the other party was not a true primordial chaos expert. This was because Feng Zichen did not sense the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian's unique primordial chaos Dao runes in that power. It was a perfect Daoist rhyme. It did not possess that kind of power. Therefore, Feng Zichen concluded that the other party was not primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, but had temporarily possessed the power comparable to primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, through some unknown method. Such an existence would definitely not discover the traces left behind by the world tree. Even if he felt that something was wrong, he could not tell what was wrong. In the Hongming continent, as the divine senses returned, Feng Zichen's expression could not help but become strange. The Western mythical world. I didn't expect there to be such a world in this world. In addition, I don't know how Feng Jie and the other two got to that world. This realm is hidden so well. If not for the help of the world tree, even I would not have been able to detect the traces of this realm. I don't know how they found this place and got lost in it. Moreover, this world is so mysterious that even the overlords of the chaos demon gods want to pry into it. They have planned for this for countless years. However, Feng Jie and the others have already entered this world many years ago. This opportunity is truly shocking. Thinking of what he had seen in the other realm, Feng Zichen pondered silently. First of all, he was sure that the Khanate Taoist priests were the limit of that realm. There were definitely Khanate masters who were stronger than him, but they were all dead. Secondly, although the person who attacked Feng Zichen had the power of primordial chaos, he was still in the realm of the Khanate Taoist priests. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would not have left so easily just now. This meant that there was still a secret method in that realm that could increase one's strength. This is troublesome. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen could not help but sigh. If there was such a secret method in the other realm, it meant that even if his Hongming incarnation personally rushed to the other realm, the male lead would still have the advantage and would be at a disadvantage. As for Feng Zichen's original body and other incarnations, he could not use them. Even if Feng Zichen's original body went there, he would still be affected by the remaining qi of the end in that realm, which would cause unknown dangers. Therefore, if he was not completely confident, Feng Zichen would never use his incarnation or even his original body. The only one he could use was this Hongming incarnation that had just reached the realm of the Taoist priests. Feng Zichen would not send any power that was higher than the realm of the Taoist priests to that realm. His original body and incarnation that could dominate that realm could not be used. The incarnation that could be used could not dominate that realm. Therefore, Feng Zichen felt that it was troublesome. After thinking about it, Feng Zichen decided to temporarily forget about going to that realm. It would not be too late to go to that realm after increasing his power to the limit of the Taoist priests. With Feng Zichen's original body's realm of the ninth heaven of Hunyuan, Even if his incarnation only had the power of the Khanate Taoist priests, it was still not something that ordinary sage-to-be could contend against. With such power, it was more than enough to dominate the other realm, but it was more than enough to protect himself. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly took action. It was difficult for others to increase their strength, but it was not difficult for Feng Zichen. Right now he had something important to do. Once he succeeded, he would definitely be supported by the heavenly way, and his cultivation realm would skyrocket. What Feng Zichen wanted to do was to transform the islands into realms. What was the meaning of transforming the islands into realms? It was to transform the countless islands floating on the sea outside the 5 continents into realms. The large island would transform into a major kiliacosm, the middle island into a medium kiliacosm, and the small island into a small kiliacosm. This was not a decision that Feng Zichen had thought of on the spur of the moment, but a decision that he had made after careful consideration. These small islands were said to be part of the human world like the 5 continents, but in fact they were different from the 5 continents. The small islands and the 5 continents were simply 2 different worlds. This difference was not from a certain aspect, but from all aspects. In terms of cultivation foundation, the small islands were not as good as the 5 continents. In terms of Khanate spirit chi, the small islands were not as good as the 5 continents. Even the living beings born on the island were weaker than the 5 continents in terms of Khanate spirit chi. If that was all, it would be fine. The key was the attitude of the heavenly way. The heavenly way did not treat these small islands as part of the 3 realms. Not only did the destiny of the human world gather in the 5 continents, but there were very few living beings on those small islands who knew about the heavenly way. In other words, the heavenly way did not pay attention to those small islands at all. Its gaze had always been fixed on the 5 continents. As a result, most of the living beings on the island did not know about the existence of the heavenly way. The heavenly way's attitude was obvious. Feng Zichen had secretly pondered for many years, and finally understood the heavenly way's plan. Perhaps it felt that these small islands were a burden, and had weakened the prenatal energy of the 3 realms. If not for these small islands, all the prenatal energy would gather in the 5 continents. That would definitely cause more changes in the 5 continents. To the heavenly way, the 5 continents were already big enough. It was enough to have the living beings here to perform the Tao for it. There was no need for extra places like the small islands. After Feng Zichen understood the thoughts of the heavenly way, he naturally formulated a plan. He wanted to turn the islands into worlds and separate these small islands from the 3 realms, turning them into subsidiary worlds of the 3 realms. In this way, it would be an act of following the heavens and responding to the Tao. It was worthy of supreme merit and great luck. However, Feng Zichen's plan was not only that. It was just turning the islands into worlds. There were many people in the 3 realms who could do this, but it did not show Feng Zichen's ability. For this, he planned to use these small worlds as array cores after turning the islands into worlds to set up a peerless array to transform the chaos chi and strengthen the origin of the primordial world. Only in this way could he display Feng Zichen's supreme methods. It was not difficult to do this, but it was a little troublesome. First of all, if he wanted to succeed, he had to know how many small islands there were in the primordial world. Feng Zichen was very clear about this. It was exactly the number of 1 yuan, 129,600. Next, he had to lock onto the location of these small islands. This was not difficult for Feng Zichen. Zhouxing illuminated the entire 3 realms. Feng Zichen looked down from the Ziwei star and saw the entire human world. Naturally, the location of the countless small islands could not be hidden from Feng Zichen's eyes. Now that the location of the island was confirmed, it was time for the most crucial and troublesome step. He had to inscribe formation patterns on the island and refine formation flags. He had to use the power of the world to turn the island into a world. At the same time, the array flags also had the use of stabilizing the world. When the 10,000 worlds were established, under the guidance of the array flags, the worlds formed by these small islands would automatically move to suitable positions to form a supreme array. Otherwise, he would let Feng Zichen do it, and turn the small islands into worlds one by one. Then one by one, they would be moved to suitable positions. Not to mention whether this method was tiring or not, just the time it took was unacceptable to Feng Zichen. Not to mention, Feng Zichen was essentially a lazy guy. He would never spend so much effort to do these things. Naturally, he would do whatever was convenient for him. After making up his mind, Feng Zichen's several incarnations started at the same time. First, they comprehended several innate arrays in the untainted land. Then they borrowed some of the mysteries of the chaotic demon deities' arrays. Finally, they comprehended a supreme array called the 10,000 Worlds Array. This array used the 129,600 worlds as branches, and the 3 realms as the main body. Together with Panga's Dharma form, it turned the untainted land into a huge whirlpool, and inhaled the chaotic chi from all directions. At this time, the role of Panga's Dharma form was manifested. It was a huge converter that turned the chaotic chi into congenital chi, and then scattered it into the 3 realms, and the 129,600 small worlds. This idea had not deviated from Feng Zichen's philosophy. The untainted land was created by Pangu and formed by his physical body. It was right to treat the entire untainted land as Pangu. Everything was done according to Pangu. Even if there was a mistake, as the untainted land and the great Pangu continued to resonate, it would automatically correct itself. At that time, the untainted land would become stronger and stronger. However, although this method was good, there was a huge flaw. Everything in the untainted land would be related to Pangu. In the future, it would be fine if Pangu reached the realm of the eternal Great Tao. The untainted land would naturally rise and become an eternal world. From then on, it would no longer be troubled by destruction. However, if Pangu failed to break through, the untainted land would definitely be destroyed. There was no chance of survival. Feng Zichen's move to change the untainted land was equivalent to betting all his chips on Pangu, betting that he could attain the Tao. This was a very normal thing. After all, the existence of the untainted land was the place where the great god Pangu developed the Tao. If Pangu succeeded, the untainted land would naturally succeed. Similarly, the untainted land's advancement to the eternal realm also meant that Pangu's merit was complete, and he had achieved the realm of the great Tao. The two of them were in a relationship where one of them would prosper and the other would suffer. It was understandable for Feng Zichen to do so. With the array diagram, the next thing was simple. He only needed to refine the array flags according to the array diagram, and then engrave the array on the island. Refining the array flags required a lot of resources. Carving array patterns on countless small islands required a lot of manpower. Feng Zichen's incarnation of Hongmeng was indeed the richest and most powerful in Hongmeng. However, in the entire 3 realms he was nothing. But it didn't matter. He didn't have resources, but the great emperor of Ziwei did. The title of the richest man in the untainted land was not an exaggeration. It didn't matter if he didn't have people. The great emperor of North Star had people. As the current #1 force in the untainted land, the human race didn't lack ordinary masters. With a thought from Feng Zichen, the human race immediately began to work with the support of various forces. All kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures were transported from the boundless starry sky. In the hands of the refiners of the human race's Hall of Heavenly Works, they turned into array flags with mysterious auras. Then human masters took action. With these array flags and a large amount of precious resources, they went overseas and visited the small islands. They were going to set up array flags and carve array patterns. Once all the islands were set up with formation flags and engraved with formation patterns, Feng Zichen would have a chance to put his plan to good use. At that time, the untainted land would undergo another shocking change. Although it couldn't be compared to the birth of the 3 realms, from a long-term perspective, this change would bring about greater significance. The reopening of the boundless starry sky and the actions of the human race immediately attracted the attention of many people. Then they guessed that it was the great emperor of Ziwei, or the human emperor, who had made a big move again. Unfortunately, no matter how they deduced, it wasn't that they couldn't deduce any information about this matter. This wasn't Feng Zichen shielding the secrets of the heavens, but the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao also felt that this matter was of great importance. It had a far-reaching impact on the untainted land and had endless benefits. Therefore, the heavenly Tao personally shielded the secrets of the heavens and didn't allow anyone to spy on this matter. It was afraid that someone would destroy this matter. P.S. It was an hour earlier. I don't know if the adjustment of the schedule was successful. In addition, the book is really at the end. Chapter 892. On the Hongming continent, Feng Zichen lived and commanded. He included the small islands into the array formation system he had built. At the same time, he was also trying to communicate with the heavenly Tao and leave marks on the small islands to open up a passage for ascension. Once the small island transformed into a world, its upper limit would be lowered. In the minor kiliacosm, the strongest person was only a celestial immortal. In the middle kiliacosm, the strongest person was only a golden immortal. Only the greater kiliacosm had the qualifications to give birth to Khanate Taoist priests. Therefore, Feng Zichen wanted to leave a mark on every small island, so that after they transformed into a world, they could use it to open up a passage for ascension. At that time, once an expert reached the upper limit of the world, an immortal light would fall and connect him to the central divine land to reduce the pressure on the lower realm. As for why he wanted to ascend to the central divine land and not to other places, was there a need to explain the reason? Naturally, it was because the central divine land was Feng Zichen's territory. He did not have the habit of supporting his enemies. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. In these thousands of years, with the full help of the human experts, Feng Zichen's plan had been more than half completed. The array flags had been placed on every small island in the primordial world. Similarly, every island had been engraved with array patterns by the human experts. As long as Feng Zichen gave the order, this 10,000 worlds array could be activated. He did not choose an auspicious day. To Feng Zichen, the day he chose to activate the array formation was the real auspicious day. Future generations would commemorate this day. With a thought, Feng Zichen released his divine thought and resonated with the way of the heavens in the unseen world, borrowing supreme power from it. With Feng Zichen's current magic power, it was difficult to open up the 10,000 worlds in one fell swoop. Therefore, he needed the help of the heavenly Tao, and this matter was obviously beneficial to the primordial world. The heavenly Tao would not refuse. Basically, it would grant Feng Zichen's request. If he wanted power, he would give it to him. With the power of the heavenly Tao, Feng Zichen instantly felt that he had become omnipotent. This was not an illusion. It was real. Feng Zichen, who had mastered the power of the heavenly Tao, was indeed omnipotent in the primordial world. With a thought, he could even knock the three pure ones out of their positions. Of course, he could only think about it. If Feng Zichen really dared to do it, the way of heaven would take back the power it had given him. Rise. With a thought, Feng Zichen used the power of the way of the heavens to stir up the power of the void of heaven and earth, forcibly tearing the void where the 5 continents were, and the void where the countless islands were. World, the world, the world, world, the world, the world, 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 chi, the world, the world, the world, 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 world. And soon the world, world, world. To the world, world. World, 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 world. To form a world of world, world. Of the world, 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 world. World. To the world, 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 to the world, to the world, 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 to form. In just a few years, the 5 continents were surrounded by a layer of invisible boundary walls. This also caused the 5 continents to become a new world from now on. This is. What is Great Emperor Ziwei doing? Why did he separate the 5 great continents and turn them into a new world? The primordial world's great divines naturally recognized that the person who caused the changes in the 3 realms was the reincarnation of Great Emperor Ziwei. But it was because of this that they were puzzled. What was Great Emperor Ziwei trying to do? Why did he do this? Although they were puzzled, they did not think of stopping him. This was because without the heavenly Tao's consent, Great Emperor Ziwei would not be able to separate the 5 great continents. He would definitely suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao. Now that Great Emperor Ziwei had done this, the heavenly Tao did not react. This undoubtedly meant that the heavenly Tao had acquiesced to this. How could they refuse something that even the heavenly Tao had agreed to? Ignoring everyone's surprise, Feng Zichen continued with his actions. Using the power of heaven and earth as the foundation, Feng Zichen circulated the cyclic sword sutra, creating thousands of swords in the sky. He slashed down at the void where the countless islands were located. In an instant, the void shattered. The islands were separated from the three realms by Feng Zichen, forming independent entities. Then the Tree of World appeared again. Majestic world origin chi spewed out, and began to repair the void fragments. At the same time, it also transformed the void around the islands into a solid world wall. Changes were happening outside the islands. Changes were happening inside the islands as well. The array inscriptions that Feng Zichen had ordered people to inscribe on the islands began to emit resplendent light as they were activated. Suddenly, the power of the void around the islands seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. It surged wildly in the direction of the islands. Then it was transformed by the array into pure innate world origin, slowly strengthening the island's world origin. At the same time, the heavenly Tao was trembling. Wisps of heaven and earth origins fell from the sky and flowed into the islands below. From the looks of it, the heavenly Tao was determined to get rid of the burdens that were the islands. In order to speed up the transformation of the islands, it had sacrificed the heaven and earth origins that it had painstakingly accumulated. Rumble. With the augmentation of the heaven and earth origins, the changes to the islands immediately turned intense. The laws were reconstructed and order was reorganized. The world wall was also rapidly growing, and the land in front of it grew. Soon, the islands had the embryonic form of a world. It was also at this moment that the array flags that Feng Zichen had ordered people to bury in advance were activated. Resplendent light bloomed from them and gradually resonated with the array flags on the other islands. Then a miraculous change happened. Countless runic patterns appeared in the void, connecting the islands together, forming a mysterious array that slowly operated. In the beginning, the array formation still had many inconsistencies, but as the array formation operated, it automatically corrected itself. The islands shifted their positions, and the array formation became more and more harmonious and smooth. The transformation of the islands into a world, and the operation of the array formation all required time. It was not a day's work, but thousands of years. During this time, Feng Zichen did not idle. Instead, he comprehended the changes during the birth and operation of the myriad worlds, turning them into his own foundation. 10,000 years later, the myriad worlds were born and returned to their positions. The array formation became complete and began to operate. Rumble. In an instant, under the activation of the array formation, the myriad worlds began to revolve around the 5 continents. The power generated by the myriad worlds operation condensed into a huge whirlpool, swallowing the surrounding chaotic chi. Silently, Panga's Dharma form appeared, and used its magic to transform the chaotic chi into innate world origin chi. First, it scattered into the 3 realms, then into the myriad worlds. Chapter 893. The formation was completed. In other words, Feng Zichen's plan to surround and protect the untainted land had succeeded. At this moment, the invisible power of heaven and earth blessed Feng Zichen, causing his realm to skyrocket. This was a gift from heaven and earth to Feng Zichen. Heaven and earth blessed him with everything it had to help him cultivate. The Taoist priests were at the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and complete stage. Soon, Feng Zichen's realm was about to break into the sage-to-be realm. But at this moment, thinking of the unknown Western world, Feng Zichen forced himself to wake up from his enlightenment. He transferred the power of heaven and earth to the Emperor Star, his main body. He couldn't break through to the sage-to-be realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter the unknown Western mythical world. After the power of heaven and earth left his body, Feng Zichen suddenly felt relaxed. His realm also didn't continue to increase. On the other side, Feng Zichen's main body in the boundless starry sky was blessed by the power of heaven and earth. The long-lost balance between the chi of Hongmeng and the power of the Great Path was finally broken. Along with the power of heaven and earth, There was also a part of the chaotic qi that the untainted land plundered from the chaos outside the realm. How could Feng Zichen compare the amount of chaotic qi that a world breathed? It was simply too much. After devouring the chaotic qi, the amount of Hongming qi increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it overshadowed the power of the Great Path and began to slowly nibble away at it. At the same time, as the power of the Great Path weakened, Feng Zichen was liberated more of his power. In other words, he already had the power to control the operation of the boundless starry sky. In the next moment, the boundless starry sky operated with a loud bang. A powerful suction force was emitted, pulling the heaven realm to operate as well. It fell from the east to the west. At the same time in the netherworld, the ghost emperor of Fengdu suddenly made a move. He used his authority as the master of the Yin court to pull the netherworld upward. If one were to treat the three realms as a sphere, then the heaven realm and the netherworld would be the upper and lower sides of the sphere, while the 5 great continents would be inside the sphere, surrounded by the heaven realm and the netherworld. At this moment, the heaven realm was falling down and the netherworld realm was rising up. The 5 continents were affected and began to flip over. The entire 3 realms flipped over, then flipped over again. Yes, Feng Zichen was treating the 3 realms as a ball and making it spin from top to bottom. The heavenly realm was formed by the clear qi of the heavens, and it was in harmony with yang. The nether realm was formed from the accumulation of innate turbid qi. As the two spun, it was like the rotation of yin and yang. It drew upon the power of the grand Tao and gave rise to endless changes. In an instant, with the cooperation of the 3 realms, the amount of chaotic qi that the 10,000 worlds great array absorbed from the outer realm skyrocketed by several times. Even more chaotic energy surged over. First, it was refined by Panga's Dharma idol, turning into pure chaotic energy. Then, it was tempered by the Taiji diagram of the 3 realms again, evolving into the chaotic energy of creation, giving birth to even more mysteries. Once these changes were completed, the origin of the primordial world began to slowly increase. The momentum of heaven and earth that supported Feng Zichen undoubtedly became stronger. At the same time, the status of Great Emperor Ziwei continued to increase. He was faintly on par with Tao ancestor Hongjun. Wrong. It should be said that if Tao ancestor Hongjun had not integrated the Tao, then his status would be inferior to Great Emperor Ziwei from this moment on. This was because Feng Zichen's actions had a great impact on the primordial world. If this continued, the origin of the primordial world would increase and continue to advance, including Feng Zichen's previous merits. These added together were no less than the merit of creating the world. It could be said that Pangu had the merit of creating the primordial world. Tao ancestor Hongjun had the merit of educating the primordial world. And Feng Zichen had the merit of strengthening the primordial world. The primordial world was constantly growing in the hands of Great Emperor Ziwei. He was the true master of resurgence. In the future, there would be legends of Great Emperor Ziwei reviving the primordial world. Moreover, what the 3 realms absorbed from the primordial world was not only the chaotic energy, but also countless treasures that were born in the primordial world. In the future, the primordial world would not lack innate spiritual treasures. After various primordial world treasures fell into the 3 realms, they would naturally evolve into innate spiritual treasures. In terms of increasing sources of income and reducing expenditures, Feng Zichen could be said to have done the best he could. As the origin of the primordial world became more vigorous, the innate qi would also become more abundant. At that time, heaven and earth would be able to support more cultivators. In other words, in the near future, various cultivation systems would welcome a great boom. As the concentration of spiritual qi increased, the number of cultivators would also increase. As long as the cultivation system relied on spiritual qi, their strength would increase. Wasn't this prosperity? At that time, no matter what cultivation system it was, whether or not it was related to Great Emperor Ziwei, they would have to worship him as their ancestral master and burn incense to worship him day and night. There was no reason other than the fact that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was brought by Great Emperor Ziwei. Since the various cultivators had received benefits from him, they naturally had to establish a relationship with him. Otherwise, how could they enjoy his benefits? Acknowledging him as their ancestral master was naturally the best choice. Whether it was the immortal path or the Buddhist path, when the successor met great Emperor Ziwei, they would have to respectfully address him as their ancestral master. Although he did not preach, it was better than preaching. More and more power of the great path was devoured by the Hongming Qi. Gradually, the Hongming Qi began to transform. Its essence was sublimated and became the Hongming origin Qi, which was the embryonic form of the Hongming purple Qi. It was the foundation of eternity. At this moment, if Feng Zichen spent 1,000,000 years of effort, he could condense a true Hongming purple Qi. However, Feng Zichen could create several, or even more than 10 Hongming purple Qi. However, the heavenly Tao could not produce the same number of saint positions. There were only 9 saint positions. One more would not do. Putting aside the changes in the boundless starry sky for the time being, Hongming's incarnation had once again stepped into the unknown Western aristocratic family as his realm stabilized. Moreover, before heading to that world, Hongming's incarnation had also captured a wisp of the power of the Great Path from his main body. The power of the Great Path belonged to the power of the Great Path. It was eternal and immortal, transcending the cycle of reincarnation. Feng Zichen wanted to see if the nirvana qi that could truly kill primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian could erode this wisp of the Great Path's power of the eternal level. If it could, then it would be terrifying. However, Feng Zichen did not think that it was possible. How could it be called eternal if it could be destroyed by the nirvana qi? Hongming qi could devour the power of the Great Path because both belong to the eternal level. If the nirvana qi could destroy the power of the Great Path, wouldn't it mean that even the Great Path could not be eternal? That was too ridiculous. Because of the previous coordinates, Feng Zichen did not have to go through so much trouble to rush to the Western world. With a thought, he crossed the layers of void and arrived outside that world. He was not in a hurry to enter. Feng Zichen activated the Great Path's power and found the nirvana qi drifting outside this world. He tentatively touched it. Chapter 894. The moment it came into contact with the Qi of Demise, the dermic power that Feng Zichen used to draw in the Great Path power was directly annihilated by a powerful nirvana power. At the same time, the nirvana power intended to follow the connection between the dermic power and Feng Zichen's body, and spread into his body. This action frightened Feng Zichen so much that he immediately cut off the connection between himself and the dermic power. The Great Path power remained where it was. No matter how the Qi of Demise eroded it, it could not shake it in the slightest. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen thought to himself, as expected, the final Qi was unable to do anything to the power of the Great Path. With a thought, Feng Zichen tried to use his own power to analyze the Qi of Demise. However, no matter what power he used, it would be annihilated by the Qi of Demise. Whether it was ancestral Qi, origin Qi, or even infinite power, they were like ants in front of the Qi of Demise. It was difficult to contend against it. However, the transformed Hongming Qi made Feng Zichen's eyes light up. Although it still could not block the erosion of the Qi of Demise, it could resist it for a while. In order to annihilate the Hongming Qi, the Qi of Demise had consumed a lot of power. This meant that the transformed Hongming Qi's essence was very close to the Qi of Demise. With this discovery, Feng Zichen used the Hongming Qi as the foundation to analyze the Qi of Demise bit by bit. After a few months, Feng Zichen finally gained something. He finally figured out the origin of the Qi of Demise. It was a power that could turn everything into nothingness. The so-called world was a cycle of reincarnation. From nothingness to existence, and from existence to nothingness. This was reincarnation. All living things, including the chaos demon gods, could not escape from reincarnation. Only the Great Path could transcend it, and jump out of this cycle of reincarnation from existence to nothingness, and from nothingness to existence, and exist forever. The power of the end was the power that turned everything into nothingness. This discovery reminded Feng Zichen of a legend among the chaos demon gods. All living things in the world had their own tribulations. Living beings had tribulations, magic treasures had tribulations, worlds had tribulations, and so did the primal chaos. There would be a day when the world would be destroyed, and so would the chaos. This tribulation was known as the immeasurable tribulation in the primordial world. In the primal chaos, it was known as the epic calamity. Of course, some chaos-fiend celestials called it the samsara calamity. Under the tribulation of reincarnation, all things became void. The outer realm's chaos collapsed and returned to a state of nothingness. Everything, karma, and life within the chaos would be reduced to nothingness. Everything would return to the state of nothingness. This was the true return to the source. Other than the eternal and indestructible Great Tao, nothing could escape from this. Unless one transcended the cycle of reincarnation and achieved eternity. Pangu wanted to prove the Great Tao because he didn't want to die under the samsara tribulation. Before the samsara tribulation, all living beings were equal. Whether it was the high and mighty chaos fiend celestials or the lowly ants, they couldn't escape death. However, how could the chaos fiend celestials be willing to die like ants? Therefore, they began to struggle. They tried their best to improve their strength in order to become an existence like the Great Tao. This was the origin of the original cultivation path. For transcendence, and also for survival. So this power of the end is the product of the samsara tribulation? Looking at the power of the end in front of him, Feng Zichen's face was full of surprise and uncertainty. This power of the end was indeed in line with the description of the samsara tribulation. Under the Great Tao, any power would be annihilated and turned into nothingness in front of it. However, if this was the product of the samsara tribulation, why didn't it annihilate the Western world in front of it and turn it into nothingness? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was stunned. Then ecstasy appeared on his face. He understood everything. He finally knew why the primal chaos fiend celestials were secretly spying on this place. Because this world indeed contained great fortune that was related to eternity. There was only one possibility for something that could not be destroyed by the samsara tribulation, and that was that it contained eternal matter, making it difficult for the power of the end to annihilate it. If Feng Zichen guessed correctly, this world that he had never heard of should be a relic left behind from the previous samsara. In the previous samsara, this world should have been incomparably powerful, and had already touched the level of eternity. However, before this world could truly transform into an eternal world, the samsara tribulation erupted. This world, like the chaos, walked towards annihilation and turned into nothingness. However, this world was extraordinary after all. It had already nurtured part of the eternal matter, so this world was not completely destroyed. There were still some fragments that survived the samsara realm, and came to the next samsara. Then endless years passed. For some reason, this world unexpectedly had a connection with the untainted land, and began to slowly move in the direction of the untainted land. As for Feng Zichen's disciples, Feng Jie and the other two, perhaps by coincidence, were accidentally swept into this world, and their whereabouts were unknown. As for the primal chaos fiend celestials, they should have gotten the news of this world from somewhere, so they wanted to sneak into this world through the untainted land and plunder the fortune here. Unfortunately, at the last moment, the primal chaos fiend celestial's plan had an accident. The fortune that he had discovered was robbed by Feng Zichen. Fate was really unpredictable. Eternity. Looking at the world in front of him, Feng Zichen's eyes gradually became firm. He wanted this world. The fortune that belonged to eternity could only belong to him. Eternity. Even Pangu was pursuing it. How could Feng Zichen not be tempted? Taking advantage of the fact that no one had discovered this world, he had to get this world as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the news of this world leaked out and more people discovered it, Feng Zichen might not be able to compete with the primal chaos fiend celestials. Fortuitous opportunities were not something that belonged to whoever discovered them. Instead, it would only belong to whoever got their hands on it. However, although he was in a hurry to get this world, Feng Zichen did not rashly enter it. He still had to study the Qi of termination. Otherwise, if he was tricked by someone and fell into the Qi of termination, he would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. This world had been with the Qi of termination for so long. Feng Zichen did not believe that the creatures in this world had not developed a method to use the Qi of termination. The Qi of termination could even kill primal chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. It could be said to be a great killing weapon. Who could resist the temptation of such a killing weapon? Even if they knew it was dangerous, there were still many people who were willing to take the risk. What Feng Zichen needed to do now was to use the transformed Hongmeng Qi to adapt to the Qi of termination, so that it would have the ability to compete with the Qi of termination. At the same time, in the boundless starry sky of the untainted land, Feng Zichen's original body began to condense Hongmeng Qi at all costs. He was refining Hongmeng Purple Qi to help Hongmeng. Hongmeng Purple Qi was the foundation of the Great Way, and also the origin of Hongmeng. It was a power on the same level as the power of the Great Way. If Feng Zichen had a Hongmeng Purple Qi, he would not be afraid of the Qi of termination in this world. Time passed bit by bit. 10 years later, under the repeated condensation of the Qi of termination, the quality of the Hongmeng Qi in Feng Zichen's body became higher and higher. As the purple Qi circulated, there was a faint burst of purple light. It was extremely mysterious. Such a Hongmeng Qi was no longer afraid of the corrosion of the Qi of termination. Moreover, if the quantity of Hongmeng Qi was more than 10 times that of the Qi of termination, Feng Zichen was even confident that he could devour the Qi of termination. Although the quality of the Qi of termination was high, Feng Zichen's Hongmeng Qi had devoured the power of the Great Way. Its quality was not low either. Chapter 895. If it was condensed a little, it would not be weaker than the power of the end, and would have the power to fight against it. As a power at the eternal level, even if it had not reached the great accomplishment stage, the Hongmeng Qi was still a trump card. This Qi of the end is so mysterious. If someone can master it and use it to destroy the chaos, it might be possible to achieve the eternal realm. After condensing the Hongmeng Qi, Feng Zichen had a deeper understanding of the Qi of the end. He felt that this was also a way to reach the eternal realm. He could imagine a scene. In the depths of the endless chaos, there was a supreme deity who set off the nirvana tribulation and destroyed the entire chaos. In this scene where everything turned into nothingness, only he existed eternally, and was not affected by the tribulation. Wasn't this a manifestation of eternity? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's mind became more and more picturesque. Then he suddenly realized that perhaps, in a place he did not know, there was indeed such an expert. Every time the end of an era came, the nirvana tribulation would be set off. The more he thought about it, the more Feng Zichen felt that it was very possible. At the same time, another bold guess appeared in his mind. After reincarnation, was there really no one who completely understood the reincarnation Great Way, and jumped out of reincarnation to achieve the eternal realm? Perhaps, as early as that unknown era, there was already someone who controlled reincarnation and lived eternally. Of course, this was all Feng Zichen's guess. It might not be true. After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen collected his thoughts and turned to walk into the world. Whether or not someone achieved the eternal realm, it had nothing to do with him. It was more important for him to take care of himself. Decay, dead silence, no hope. Feng Zichen came in a hurry last time, and did not carefully sense this world. Now that he carefully sensed it, he found that the world was filled with the aura of decay, giving people a feeling of lethargy. It was like a group of old men who were about to die and would not live long. Sigh, this world seems to have survived the reincarnation tribulation, but it has paid an unimaginable price for it. It has exhausted all its potential, and is on the verge of collapse, with no possibility of recovery. Now the reason why this realm still existed was because of the eternal substance in the realm. Once the eternal substance disappeared, this realm would be destroyed and completely disappear. The further in he went, the more Feng Zichen discovered that the situation in this world was shocking. The final Qi affected every aspect of this world. In this world, the lifespan of a mortal was extremely short. Basically, it was only 60 to 70 years. The lifespan of a cultivator was not as long as Feng Zichen imagined. Celestial immortals only had a lifespan of 5,000 years, Xian immortals could live for 50,000 years, and golden immortals could not live forever, only having a lifespan of 560,000 years. Dao Lord Tai could live forever, but he couldn't touch the qi of the end. Otherwise he would still die. Moreover, many connate Daos in this world had been corroded by the final qi and could not be cultivated. If one were to forcefully cultivate these innate Daos, the higher one's cultivation level, the faster one would die. This was a piece of good news. The fewer connate Daos that could be cultivated in this world, the more it meant that this world's cultivation world was narrower and could not produce any experts. But at the same time, Feng Zichen also discovered a piece of bad news. This world was moving unswervingly toward the untainted land at an extremely slow speed. This was truly a calamity. The final qi was indestructible. It would grow stronger and stronger as it devoured more and more power. What did this mean? It meant that if this world was really connected to the untainted land, then the final qi of this world would surge toward the untainted land and devour the entire untainted land, causing the untainted land to end up like this world. This world was a huge source of pollution. It could turn other worlds into the same state as it was. Therefore, these worlds could not be allowed to get close to the untainted land. This world had to be destroyed. Otherwise, even if the untainted land was not destroyed, it would enter the age of Dharma ending. Suddenly, Feng Zichen thought of the earth in his previous life. Wasn't it the age of Dharma ending? No, the age of Dharma ending? Originally, Feng Zichen thought that it was the result of the natural degeneration of the untainted land. But after sensing the situation of this world, he felt that he seemed to understand something. The Earth's degeneration should have nothing to do with the untainted land itself. It was this world that crashed into it, causing the final qi to descend into the untainted land and drag the entire world into the age of Dharma ending. And because the untainted land shared the pressure, the living beings of this world were freed. They called themselves the God race and settled down in the untainted land. It was a very reasonable guess. Feng Zichen felt that he had most likely touched the truth of the decline of the untainted land in his previous life. It was related to this world. After all, there had been no major calamities in the untainted land since the journey to the west. Moreover, the journey to the west was a deal between the saints. It might affect the human race, but it did not affect the untainted land. If that was the case, why did the untainted land decline inexplicably after the journey to the west? The answer was here. After the journey to the west, this world crashed into it. First, it destroyed the 3,000 worlds that were still being nurtured. Then, after accumulating enough power, it swallowed the untainted land. This world was a source of disaster. For the future of the untainted land, it could not be left alive. He thought about how he had worked so hard to create the untainted land into what it was today. Moreover, he was about to obtain the position of Celestial Emperor that he had planned for countless years. Under such circumstances, if the untainted land was dragged into the abyss by this world, Feng Zichen would definitely go crazy. Therefore, this world had to be destroyed. No one could stop his determination to destroy the world. Originally, Feng Zichen was still thinking about how he would deal with himself if he refined the eternal matter of this world and caused the destruction of this world. But now Feng Zichen was not worried about this at all. What was the use of keeping a world that was the source of disaster? Moreover, any world that was unfavorable to the untainted land should be destroyed. This was not a matter of right or wrong, but a matter of standpoint. Being born in the untainted land, one had to have such a standpoint. Anyone who was unfavorable to the untainted land should be destroyed. Feng Zichen was thinking as he hurried forward. Soon he arrived in front of a city. This was a city with the characteristics of the human clan. It was set up with an innate formation that connected the heavenly cycle star power and the earth veins in all directions. At first glance, one could tell that this was a method that Feng Zichen often used when he was young. Compared with the traditional style of this world, it was out of place. Zichen City. This was the name of this city. Well, it had the same name as Feng Zichen. Obviously, this city was related to Feng Zichen. It was a city that was established by his 3 disciples. It was named Zichen to commemorate Feng Zichen. Chapter 896. How considerate of you. With this thought, Feng Zichen walked into Zichen City. Speaking of which, his purple hair and purple eyes did not match the residents of the city. However, it was normal for cultivators to have some abnormalities. Purple hair was nothing. There were even green-haired cultivators. As long as Feng Zichen's aura that belonged to the Divine Demon clan could not be faked, he would not attract too much attention when he walked in the city. In this world, the Divine Demon clan was an outsider after all. They were suppressed by the natives of this world. The special environment also made the Divine Demon clan unusually united. As long as they cultivated the Divine Demon path, they were a family. There was no need to be guarded. Walking on the wide street, Feng Zichen seemed to feel something. His expression suddenly became strange. He realized that there were many living beings in this city who had the blood of Feng Jie flowing in their bodies. Although Feng Zichen had not seen Feng Jie for a long time, Feng Jie was also from the Feng clan. He was from the same clan as Feng Zichen. He could not have mistaken the Feng clan's bloodline. Such a strange situation undoubtedly indicated that these people were the descendants of Feng Jie. Thinking about it carefully, there was nothing strange. After all, Feng Jie had left the untainted land for tens of millions of years. It was not strange for him to have a family. Feng Zichen did not speak along the way. He came to a magnificent building. In his perception, his two disciples were here. Yes, two, not three. He wondered where the other disciple was. When the surrounding guards saw Feng Zichen, a person of unknown origin, they quickly surrounded him and asked, "Who are you?" Feng Zichen did not speak. He only silently released his aura. At the same time, in a majestic temple inside the building, a middle-aged man and woman suddenly opened their eyes. The middle-aged man and woman raised their heads and looked at each other. A look of surprise flashed across their eyes. They said at the same time, "This aura. It's master." After speaking, the two figures disappeared from the hall. When they reappeared, they were already outside the hall, in front of Feng Zichen. The middle-aged man and woman looked at the familiar figure in front of them, and an indescribable excitement flashed in their eyes. Then they stepped forward and bowed. Unfilial disciple Feng Jie, Jiang Hui greets master. After being separated for countless years, they finally met again. Even with Feng Zichen's cultivation, his Dao heart still rippled. Feng Zichen quickly stepped forward and helped Feng Jie and Jiang Hui up. He said with some self-blame, "It has been hard on you all these years." Feng Jie and Jiang Hui were indeed suffering. This could be seen from their appearances. The two of them had already reached the realm of the primordial Taoist priests. Logically speaking, they should be able to stay young forever. Looking at their appearance, they looked older than Feng Zichen, which was a sign of mental and physical exhaustion. The appearance of a cultivator was related to his mentality. When his Dao heart was old, he would also be old, no longer as vigorous as when he was young. Feng Jie and Jiang Hui were like this. They were clearly overwhelmed by life. After exchanging greetings with the two, Feng Zichen suddenly asked, "Where's Jiang Xiong? Why don't I see him?" Hearing this, Jiang Hui's eyes turned red. She said with some self-blame, "It's all my fault. In order to save me, my brother was plotted against by the Angel Clan's Holy King. He had an accident, and is now recuperating in the Temple of Life." Oh. Feng Zichen nodded and didn't say anything. But in his heart, he had sentenced the Angel Holy King to death. Daring to hurt his disciple, he was really courting death. Then, Feng Zichen asked about the two's recent situation. As he guessed, the three of them were accidentally involved in the Realm Sea. Then they finally reached the realm of the Taoist priests in the Realm Sea, and were about to return to the untainted land. But who would have thought that on the way across the void, they would accidentally lose their way? When they found the way out, the three of them had already arrived here in a daze and couldn't find their way back. "It's my fault that I came in a hurry and didn't bring anything. Otherwise, I would definitely give you a big gift. But I'll remember it for now. When I return to the untainted land, I will give you a big gift." Looking at Feng Jie and Jiang Hui in front of him, Feng Zichen said with some regret. Feng Jie was indeed married. He married Jiang Hui, and the witness was Jiang Xiong. After going through so many difficulties and dangers, The two of them finally came together. It was also a beautiful story. But it was a pity that Feng Zichen came in a hurry and didn't bring anything. He couldn't give his two disciples a wedding gift. The two of them hurriedly said, "It's already a sin that we didn't tell Master that we got married. How dare we ask for a gift?" Pointing at Feng Jie, Feng Zichen said with a smile, "It's not urgent. Let's talk about it when we return to the untainted land." The two of them didn't ask when they would return to the untainted land, because when they saw Feng Zichen, they knew that it was inevitable that they would return to the untainted land. Then, the two of them called their several children over, and paid respects to Feng Zichen, their grandmaster. Feng Jie and Jiang Hui had a total of 3 children, all of whom were outstanding. The eldest son had already reached the realm of Taoist priests. Such talent was first class in the untainted land. The other 2 sons were not bad either. Although they hadn't reached the realm of primordial Taoist priests, they were not far away. If they returned to the untainted land, they would be able to prove their Taoism after some practice. As for Feng Jie and Jiang Hui, they had already reached the realm of perfection of Taoist priests. If it weren't for the restriction of this world, they would have entered the realm of sage to be. Glancing at the 3 sons of Feng Jie, Feng Zichen praised them. They are all good children. Even in the whole human tribe, there are few who can be compared with them. Speaking of this, Feng Zichen's tone changed and he said helplessly, "It's a pity that I didn't bring anything with me this time. I can't even take out a greeting gift." This was really Feng Zichen's mistake. His incarnation had been focused on cultivation, and he didn't care much about worldly things. Therefore, he had nothing but the Hongming sword in his hand. The third son said, I don't dare. The younger generation didn't need it, but Feng Zichen had to give it to them. He secretly remembered this in his heart, and decided to make up for it when he returned to the untainted land. After chatting for a while, Feng Zichen proposed to see Jiang Xiong. The two of them didn't have any objections. They gladly accepted the order and took him to the Fane of Life. Feng Zichen didn't ask why Jiang Xiong was recuperating in the Fane of Life. There were only 2 reasons. One was that Jiang Xiong had an old relationship with the Fane of Life. The other was that Feng Jie had paid a huge price. But looking at Feng Jie, Feng Zichen estimated that the second possibility was unlikely. It should be the first one, that Jiang Xiong had something to do with someone in the Fane of Life. The Fane of Life? When he heard this name, the first thing that came to his mind was the goddess of life. There were many stories. Feng Zichen was not a gossipy person. If Feng Jie and the others didn't say, he didn't ask. This kind of thing, after a long time, he would naturally know. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.